see. Are we live? Oh my God. Hey, Dirty Sanchez. I'm speechless. I am speechless right now and completely in a state of shock. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Wow. This is insane, people. We are in uncharted territory. It's over. Well, I guess we tried to tell you. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. This to Green Bay. Micah Parsons was just traded to Green Bay. Yeah, even my wife is just like, what? Yeah, Jerry Jones has lost his damn mind. You have literally just said, F the season. F the season. David Wiley, what is he doing? I don't know, man. I don't know. Shout out to you, David Wiley. This is, I've felt like shit has been crazy. And I don't know, maybe inside I knew all along that this was going to happen. And maybe that's why I've been, y'all going to get blown out next week. Wow. Well, that just goes to show you don't piss Jerry Jones off and have no pull. I said it. Jerry Jones has FU money. It better be a good deal. It better be a good deal. I've seen on Micah is hello Green Bay. No team has been bigger thorn in Jerry Jones' side over the last 15 years to the Packers. Are you kidding me? The freaking Green Bay Packers? Oh my God, what the hell have you done? Oh my God. Cowboys get 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark for Parsons per source. Kenny Clark. What do we know about? Somebody tell me what you know about Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark. Okay. Well, it's a defensive tackle at least. I hope he's good. 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark, 6'3", 314 pounds. Well, you got a run stopper at least. Well, Donovan Easy, Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, it's Dante Fowler. It's your time now because Jerry Jones is a jackass, a complete jackass. So, Kenny Clark, at least he's young. Oh, no, he's not that young. Shit, he's as old as Dak Prescott. Fudge. In his career, he's played 140 games, 126 started. He's got 417 tackles, 51 tackles for loss. He does have 35 sacks, so at least we got somebody in the middle. I guess they looked at it and said, you know what? We can replace Micah Parsons by committee, and we'll get somebody to stop the run. So I guess that's our nose tackle. I get. There you go. Long live Jerry Jones. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Now, if you've been with us, you've seen the bus.
The whim of a madman.
Wow.
I like that.
They really did. He really did this shit. Micah for 2 first-rounders and Kenny freaking Clark is pure insanity. Jerry Jones has gone and yeah. And here's the thing. Here's what the thing may be is these first-round picks, you just made that team really good. These are going to be late round draft picks, people. This is stupid. I guess Micah Parsons didn't want to be here as much as he was claiming. He let his ego and age. You know what? And quite frankly, I tell you what, I bet you, thank you, Jerry Jones. Yeah. Of course, Eagle fans are clapping because they know we got an easy street now. We just got better. I don't know about that one. Jerry Jones is effing crazy. Oh, my God. I think I got to go downstairs and get me a bottle. My wife took them. This one is empty, just about empty. It's only got one shot left. Fuck it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Fuck! Let's see what else we can find out on this. Jerry is cheap. He didn't want to pay up. This is crazy. It's stressful being, oh my God. This has literally got me questioning being a Cowboy fan. You know, no team has, oh my God. This could end up being the Herschel Walker trade for the Cowboys or the Charles Haley trade for the 49ers. You are right about that. We are the laughing stock of the NFL. I shit you not. Bro, I'm literally done being a Cowboy fan. Huge splash. This is behind me. I'm done. Hail to the Redskins. Okay. I'm enjoying this, Mark. Oh, I'm sure you are. Dak took too much money. No, it's not too much money. But it's all on Dak now. It's all, as always, you know, we're only going to go as far as the Dallas, as Dak Prescott takes us. Let's go to a pause.
I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. The beautiful thing for networks or, if you will, streaming companies is that the NFL is a 365-day-a-year interest factor. A lot of programming, you have to spend as much to make it, to promote it, as you do to make it. The Cowboys are a soap opera 365 days. When it gets low, I'll start
Please take your seats.
and so it's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players, but there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion, and if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff in terms of keeping and having people's attention.
Okay, so the allegedly per Adam Schefter, Micah Parsons will receive $62 million in the first year of the deal, $120 fully guaranteed, and a total of $136 million guaranteed, all records for a non-quarterback. So Pack said, no problem. We'll take him. We'll take him. My favorite owner is right. 30 years without a Super Bowl. F you, Jerry Jones. Thank you. Tay Cowboys, how you doing? This is some BS. I'm not going to no games. Please, you basically, I mean, if we do anything this season, it'll be pure luck. It'll be pure luck. Although, I will say, at least you got a nose tackle. So maybe we're better off that maybe we'll be a little bit better to stop the run. Jerry traded a guy in his prime for a guy who's going to be 30. Tell him it's not the best GM in the football. You're right about that. Yeah. But he'll say, but we got two number ones. I can't wait to hear from the Cowboys. Oh, man. Ben DiNucci is trolling us. Dear Cowboy fans, have a fun year. Ben. Damn. So let's see if I got this right. The Cowboys trade Micah Parsons, and the Mavericks trade Donick, right? All in the same year. Two stupid-ass franchise. Oh, my God. Jay Smoove. Kenny gets Kenny Clark and 2 first-round draft picks. Shaking my damn head. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you do love us there. Go Pack. Of all teams, of all teams, I was finally done with Aaron Rodgers being the stuff of nightmares. Now, a guy that I really like, Micah Parsons, is now going to be my new nightmare from the Green Bay Packers. Thank you very much, Jerry Jones. You are a freaking jackass. Oh, my God. We're done. We're so done. This has to be equivalent. This says we're starting over. What this says, we were already the youngest. I guess they didn't like being the third youngest roster. Let's go ahead and get a guy in his prime and get a 30-year-old nose tackle. Okay, I see you, Jerry. This says I'm rebuilding. We don't give a rat's ass about this year. Can't help stupid, Mark. Wow. I was just fucking thinking the same thing about all of our teams. I'm glad they got entitled mouth out of here. You might as well trade Dak. Won't help Green Bay, Detroit, week 1. Mark, Dallas, the city is out. Look, take Cowboys. I'm with you on that one. Hope that he gets 15 sacks against us. Wow. Unbelievable. I'm so done with the Cowboys, 5-12. Traded away a future Hall of Famer. And here's the thing. I was just literally seeing that in the modern draft era, there have been 29 players that out of their first 4 years have been Pro Bowlers. Only 29. And this will be the first one that's been traded to another team. So all of you, let me say this. To all of you Cowboy fans that said trade his ass, get his bum ass out of here, you got what you want. When this team implodes, when this team sucks ass, remember, you got what you wanted. You fucked around and you're about to find out. Oh, man. America's team is over. It's not America's team. It's Jerry Jones's team. No one likes Jerry Jones. Dak ate all the pie. That's not even true. We're sitting here. Well, I guess actually, hell, okay. The brother screwed us. That's right. No, Jerry Jones screwed us. Jerry Jones screwed us. The white old dude screwed us. Okay. All right. You traded him. I'm assuming you traded his contract. So that'll give us $54 million. You better be spending some damn money, Jerry. You better be spending some damn money right now. You better go out there and say, okay, we got rid of Micah. We don't have to worry about that contract next year. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Tyler Smith signed. You better start doing some damn work now. If you're going to, you know what? Hold on for a second here. Just hold. I got to get my bottle. Fuck it. I got to get something. Just stay right here. Don't you go anywhere, damn it. Don't you go anywhere like Micah Parsons. All right. Okay. Let me say, Micah Parsons, I appreciate the time that you spent here. I appreciate the 52 sacks, 52 and a half sacks that you had, the historic pace that you were on, I guess it's fitting that you were one of two players to end up having 12 or more sacks to start their career, that you are now going to the same place that Reggie White played. I wish you the best of luck with the Green Bay Packers, except when you play with the Dallas Cowboys. And that's all I got to say for you. Best of luck. Have a great career, except when you play the Cowboys. Okay. To Jerry and Stephen Jones. Since my father passed away, I have been talking about wasting time. Yes, now you face Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. J-Rock Philly, we were still facing them. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate everybody doing the super chats here in my misery. I've been waiting for this reaction. I'm so sorry, Mark. Okay, I'm giving you realness right now. Okay, I'm giving you realness. Okay, I'm going to try and woo-saw and step back now that I've had a couple of shots. Okay, and say, okay, I don't agree with this move, but now why don't you show me what you're going to do? Here's the thing. Before an hour ago, we had $31 million of cap space. I'm assuming that the Pack took that whole $24 million off. So that means we should have $54 million of cap space. And let me look at this real quick. Over the cap. And see where that puts us. Over the cap. Cap space. That would actually, if the $24 million comes off the board, that would put us at $54 million, $55 million, which would be the Cowboys would have more cap space than anybody else. Okay. You did at least get a defensive tackle. He is older, but defensive tackles usually play well into their mid-30s, okay? So maybe you've addressed now the run issue, okay? That you have somebody who can clog the middle. You did bring back Dante Fowler for a year. You do have Marshawn Nealon. You do have Sam Williams. You got Donovan Easy, okay? So you can look at that and say, you know, as opposed to last year, you had Micah, you had Chauncey Golston, and you had Carl Lawson. You could look at this and say, collectively, maybe you're better than just having Micah, which is basically what you had. And you're going to be at least a little bit better because you have somebody who can stop the run. Probably won't help you a whole lot the first week, but be that. I see the logic there. Now that you have $54 million, I want to see that you're actually going to do something with this. I want to see you, A, be smarter about how you allocate your money and get Tyler Smith deal done so we save money into the future. That's the first thing I want to see. The second thing is I want to see you do some things to help this team right now. Because if you're not doing anything else to help this team right now, you're basically saying to the fans, to you and me, this season's over. We'll just do what we do. We're going all in and doing more with less. That's what we're doing. This is saying, I'm throwing in the white towel. And this, again, is another one of those moves that doesn't make sense. If the Green Bay Packers, which was a good team last year, play well this year, guys, it may be a mid-20s or worse draft pick. That's almost a second-round draft pick. That's almost a second-round draft pick. It's doing nothing for you to help you now other than getting a run stopper. This literally makes no sense. It makes no sense. Let's see what we have going on. It's going to be a long night, y'all. Oh, okay. Should have known. Okay. Should have known. The Joneses. Let's see what they have to say about the Joneses. F. Jerry Jones and the Jones family forever and always. I'm officially no longer a Cowboy fan, and I have stuck by them my whole life, but I can't take it anymore of the Jones family. They have destroyed the Cowboys. They paid that crazy money and let the best player they have in years walk. Can't disagree with that. Yeah, and those two first, this is what I said. Yeah, those two first will be in the late 20s. Jones can't even get a return for generational pass rusher. This is literally what I said earlier. Shout out to the Super Chats. I'm sorry I have not been able to keep up with them. 2 years ago, I wanted to trade him to the Bears so I can get Caleb Williams and let Dak Prescott walk and not to pay him and pay CeeDee Lamb, and we would have had 6 first-round picks over the next 3 years. All right, Big Keith. Well, Jerry Jones messes it up as always. I've been waiting for the reaction. I am so sorry, Mark Holmes. I'm literally speechless. Congratulations to the 2025 Dallas Cowboys and finishing 3-14. Micah's going to hit CD in the mouth and then sack Dak on the same play. How many times? Yeah. Eagle fans are rejoicing. Shout out to the 1,600 people watching right now. If you're still a Cowboy fan, you should start really thinking the team is even worth your support while Jones are running the operation. Jerry doesn't give a shit about you anymore. Micah Parsons is now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Deal negotiated by David Mulligetta. Well, they had no problem picking up the phone and talking to him. This is one of the completely on the Jones family. Those half-twits are absolutely the worst with contracts, and now a generational superstar. I told you, Pack Attack. Congratulations, Packers. Congratulations. Wow. I'm literally in a state of shock, man. I am literally. This is what being a Browns fan must feel like. He was toxic. You mean a guy whose only problem is he did a podcast? Yeah, Packer fans, congratulations. Hey, bam, G's or whatever. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Don't tell me what to do on my own podcast. I just got out of the meeting. What the F? Tony Boo, how are you doing, man? Appreciate you. I'm done with this team. This has become an ego project for Jerry Jones. Jerry must want to use this team as his checking account. It's disgusting. Well, I tell you what. Here's the thing. Jerry Jones just kept $140 million in his pocket. Because had he signed him, that guaranteed money would have been put in escrow where he couldn't use it. I still believe that it's possible that the Joneses are cash strapped, and that's why they didn't want to do this thing. After the Stephen A. interview, I knew it was curtains, and I didn't want to believe it, but wow, Jerry, this one is completely on the Jones family. Those half-wits are absolute worst with contract, and now they let a generational superstar go down to the damn cheesehead. Of all teams, why the cheeseheads? You can stop. I quit 2 years ago. As long as the Jones family is running things, we'll never be a contender. I hate you, Jerry Jones. You and your dumbass son. I hope he becomes the greatest defensive player ever and shove it in the Joneses' face. This is ridiculous. F the Joneses family. F the Cowboys. F Dallas. Texas. F Micah Parsons. F David Mulligetta. F Cowboy fans. We pissed off. We are extremely pissed off. I want to hear from the Cowboys. That's what I want to do. I want to hear from the Cowboys. I want to hear from Jerry Jones right now. Micah traded Jeff Kavanaugh. Let's hear what Mike Fisher's got to say.
These teams play,
This is
Play
crazy,
for fun.
Guys. Browns
September
didn't trade
24th.
Myles Garrett. No, they didn't.
Sunday night. And it's here.
Well, at least we can focus in on the game now.
There is a great argument in sports. Green Bay at Dallas, week 4, Sunday night football.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a big one. Jerry said to the Cowboy fans,
There's
don't
a great,
lose any sleep
argument
over
in
the
sports
trade
about
deal.
trading within the division or trading with your rival. Daz, Uncle Fish.
Okay, he's doing what we're doing. It's funny because I don't see anything from ESPN just yet. How you guys feel about this? How you all feel? I know Eagle fans are happy. I know, oh God. Mark, what you doing with the 2 first? The 2 first, good question. Man, I could give a rat's ass about the 2 first. Philly 500 is lurking. I feel great. Happy Labor Day weekend. We are literally the biggest joke. That's all we got, y'all. Even my daughter. Yes, who's not a football fan is on right now. I mean, sent me a message like, oh my God, Micah Parsons got traded. Hard to believe that the Cowboys would be this stupid. But here we are. All right, I'm going to try and I'm going to try and be positive here. I don't know. How can I fucking sugarcoat this? All right. I'm going to say this. In 2013, we lost DeMarcus Ware because we cut him. Sean Lee. Dirty Sanchez, my old lady and I are splitting up right now. It doesn't hurt me nearly as bad as this trade. I could actually sleep up over the split up. But this trade is going to hurt and take me for a loop. Quit whining. Micah is good, but not great. And now you're set up for Arch Manning sweepstake in 2 years. Okay. This could be to fleece the Eagles for 4 first-round picks. And so they got 2 ones from and an old-ass Kenny Clark. Okay. Back to 2013, where we had the worst defense in the NFL. We lost DeMarcus Ware. We ended up having Sean Lee tear up his knee. And Jason Hatcher, who had 11 sacks, went to the Commanders. And that defense went from being 32nd to 17th. So there's that. You know, we're going to have addition by subtraction. I'm drinking a whole bunch of Crown tonight. Hey, buddy. The Zappa. I pulled out the good shit. This is not a great move. It's Micah Parsons' fault he didn't practice. Trey Henderson didn't practice. Terry McLaurin didn't practice. Jerry Jones better retire after the season. Jerry Joke is the curse of the team. They still never won anything. This is how the culture problem starts from Jerry freaking Jones. You thought that oh my God. Okay, let's listen to.
So I'm leaving work, and guess what
Josh.
happens? Micah Parsons gets traded. So Jerry really was pissed. This wasn't about, you're talking about the Cowboys. That's all that matters. Spell my name right. That this is all about the handshake agreement that Jerry had that he thought was binding or something that Micah was reneging on because he asked his agent to be involved. This really was an impasse. This was something that was irreconcilable. There had to be something else going on, right? Because why would you trade away Micah Parsons at the beginning of the season? And then why would you trade him? They didn't even trade him out of the conference. They traded him in conference. And they traded him in conference to a rival. The last time the Cowboys made the playoffs, they got bounced by the Packers. Bounced by the Packers. And I guess that would be the Cowboys' point, is that Micah didn't affect very much in that game. And they sent him to the Packers, who are
it's unbelievable
coming to play the Dallas Cowboys week 4. So I'm wondering, who's doing more
Michael
cargoes,
King,
Packers
everybody
fans
was
or
a bust during the
NBC
playoffs.
Sports executives? That Sunday Night Football game, Micah versus the Cowboys. Holy crap. I mean, the Cowboys getting a nice haul, I'm sure. And apparently, Micah getting a full-on reset of the market of
the richest contract. April Fool's mark? No, it's not. Cry, Mark,
so
cry. I've
I
been
guess,
crying.
It's on. Packers fans, you got to be fired up. You got yourself a premier pass rusher with Rashawn Gary and the rest of that defense to
tank for
fall
Arch.
up, roll right at the rest of the NFC North, starting with Jared Goff, by the way, in week 1. And the Cowboys, I mean, Matt Eberflus, the new defensive coordinator there. Sorry, Matt, and Brian Schottenheimer, new HC there. Sorry that Mike is not there. And I guess for the future, it definitely helps cap-wise and it helps draft pick-wise. But for this year-wise, it'll
We're
be
trying
tough
to get Philly 500
to handle.
on.
But what a turn of events that the Dallas Cowboys trade away Micah Parsons to the
Mark already trying to
Packers.
sprint. This is hilarious. Can't wait for the
And
optimism
Jerry
at
makes
the
his point.
fireside. Cowboys got better. I'm happy.
We got a handshake agreement. That's it.
Look at
so
the
have your head in a
fantasy
swivel if
football
he's
fans
coming to talk to you in the future.
2 first-round picks that might be late ones.
And we will see if it works out. We will see how this draft compensation works out down the road. But for 2025, big check mark for the Green Bay Packers. What an aggressive,
they don't really,
big-time
they didn't really
move.
talk to David Montgomery
This is
once.
and
Apparently
a stunner.
not.
A trade of this magnitude the Thursday before Labor Day weekend.
The worst time to trade a guy
Boom.
for a haul.
Talk
Worst
more about
time.
it on the Rich Eisen show on Friday.
Yeah, the worst
All
time.
along because I just kind of
The worst time to make a trade. The very worst time. Unbelievable. I'm all in. Parsons' niche was pass rushing, not stopping the run. Well, the thing is what you should have done is you should have gotten yourself some a run stopper to go with.
So I'm
that
leaving
guy.
work, and guess what happens?
Okay, Rich, we heard you. All right, I'm working on getting. You got that wood? Yeah, I got the wood loaded up for my mom, and I'm thinking about just setting the back of my truck on fire and laying on top of it, and just burn myself up. 3 sacks for Micah when you play Green Bay. Done. Lay on the table during a game is toxic, Mark. I agree. Maybe this ends up being for the best. Herschel Walker, but yeah, no, this is not Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker involved about 10 players. Luka Micah. Eagle Nation is, Eagle Nation is happy as shit. You can trade those first round picks for more picks in the second round. Luka gone, Micah gone. Everyone needs to spam April Fools. Jerry, Micah gone. It's unbelievable, man. Laying on the table. Yeah, you're right. Mark, just tell Kenny Clark start a podcast. Yeah, well, Kenny Clark's probably happy as can be. Kenny Clark, I'm sure, is excited. I should have known. I should have known that this was going to be bad today. Okay? This is how you know shit is just bad. All right? I have a Walmart grocery store across the street. And 2 hours ago, I go outside and I look across the street and there's a car flipped upside down in the parking lot. I'm like, how the hell does a car get flipped over in Walmart's parking lot? How do you go fast enough to flip a car over? We play them week 4. Oh, yeah, David, I know it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. You know what? At this point, David, I might as well do the steak and cheese sub. It's not going to matter. I might as well just, it doesn't matter. Jobu, it don't matter. Jobu can't write Jerry Jones. I think we're going to do the 6 foot or 3 foot steak and cheese sub. David, what you think on that one? Mark, no. But so here's what happened. It was a new driver, and she hit the gas pedal instead of the brake, and she hit one of the poles. The pole bent halfway over, and only one side of the car went up and over on it. I was like, damn, that's some crazy shit. That's the craziest shit I done seen in like forever. And Jerry Jones said, hold my beer. Dak's going next, Mark. Jerry's not going to pay 50 plus to somebody to take him. He can't trade Dak. He's got a no trade clause. I want to know what the locker room feels like now. That's what I really want to hear what the locker room feels like right now. Let's see. I've got nothing live. Let's listen to the Cowboys podcast. See what they have. This is crazy.
That are going to be up for money this year. Now, I don't think any of them are going to reach Micah Parsons' level of money. So maybe they look ahead and say,
playoff games.
We'd rather have these 4 guys instead of 1. And I'm not here to tell you what's right and what's wrong. I'm just telling you what.
But they probably are.
But of the
they're looking at how many players can I get for one guy.
Of course,
yeah.
But of all the names you just mentioned that are up for contract extensions, only one is going to reset the market at his position. It's Tyler Smith. Right? And that's, I could argue.
If he continues.
If he continues on, if he has another season.
The kicker.
As long as people are talking
about that's fair. Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey's going to reset it. But there are levels to resetting markets at positions. Okay, so Brandon Aubrey, you're right, Mickey. Brandon Aubrey resetting the kicker market. It's not quite the same as defensive end and offensive guard and offensive tackle. But so yes, Mickey's right. They're looking at it as, okay, well, instead of paying Micah Parsons, we can pay 3 or 4 guys. Here's the problem with that philosophy: is it's continually not paid off for you.
Okay, this is Micah Parsons' emotional release statement following trade to the Packers. Sources confirm that the Dallas Cowboys have traded all-pro defensive end Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for defensive tackle Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks. Green Bay also reached an agreement with Parsons and his representative on a 4-year, $188 million contract extension with $136 million guaranteed. The deal obliterates the edge rusher market ceiling at $47 million per year, exceeding the receipt top market of T.J. Watt, $41 million. Mike has released a heartfelt goodbye letter as the news broke. Growing up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I was one of the few kids in my neighborhood who cheered for the Dallas Cowboys. Nearly everyone around supported. This thing is like tiny. Sorry. Actually, let me see if I can get it bigger. Shit. Oh, there we go. Nearly everyone supported the Eagles, but I always believed in the Star. To wear the blue and white at Penn State and then carry those same colors in the NFL as the Cowboys, it was more than a dream. It was destiny. From the moment I arrived in Dallas, you embraced me and my family as your own. You made a kid from the East Coast feel right at home in Texas. Every time I pull up to work, every time I stepped on the field, I felt the weight of pride representing you. You didn't give me a jersey. You gave me a place to belong. I never wanted this chapter to end, but not everything was in my control. My heart has always been here and still is. Through it all, I never made any demands. I never asked for anything more than fairness. I only ask that persons I trust to negotiate my contract be part of the process. This is a sad day, not a bitter one. I will never forget the joy of draft night, the adrenaline of running out of the tunnel, or the brotherhood I shared with my teammates, coaches, and staff who prepared me for every single game. Those memories are mine forever. North Texas will continue to be my home in the offseason. I'll still be here giving back to the community and giving that gave me so much. And no matter where the next chapter takes me, the bond we built will never break. Thank you, Cowboys Nation, and every cheer, every moment, and every ounce of love you showed me. Wearing the star has been the honor of my life. With gratitude and love, number 11. Trey, well, I've got Michael sent me a this is a different Michael, sent me a email that said, wondering if you can come up with a T-shirt design that says Jerry sell the team, because I definitely need a shirt like that. I will definitely talk to Tracy on that one. Unbelievable. I'm literally in a state of shocks. So now the fallout of who's got the blame game. So now here's Jerry Jones. Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones reported that he personally negotiated what he believed a deal with Parsons, a 5-year contract worth approximately $202 million, averaging $40.5 million per year. Okay, so here's what you got to understand, Jerry. 47 is more than 40. 47 is more than 40. Averaging $40 million per year. He referred to the agreement as the wealthiest, most guaranteed deal ever offered a defensive player. Well, it wasn't. The Cowboys have not made any formal contract offer since that point. Bottom line, Jerry, you're a jackass, okay? Jerry, jackass. So, goodbye, Mark. Goodbye, Mike. I'm still looking for. Okay. Give me a second here. I'm a little tipsy. Get Philly 500 on. Well, that's one less thing we have to talk about. See if that's it. That's entering the studio. Okay, so we're going to be joining Philly 500 here, or Philly 500 is going to be joining. Or I don't even know what to say anymore. Dirty Sanchez. It's like Jerry the team. Okay, I can't.
Better than having the Cowboys deal with their future. You ain't kidding. And there's Mark Holmes. He's coming on. Let me get my headphones on so I can hear what he's saying. Let me connect it. Hold on. I got to connect my AirPods so I can hear.
Let me do the walk of shame.
All right, cool. We are connected. Mark, I'm going to put you on in 1 second. Let me get through some of these chats. Simo Mop, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, I wonder what Mark Holmes thinking. Psycho, bro. We're going to find out. Spurger King, thank you for Super Chat. We always know Parsons would look great in green. Yeah, future Packer, I should have been saying. PD Tad, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, what a move by Jerry Jones. Whoa, you ain't kidding. Clark, thank you for the Super Chat. Goes, Mark Holmes is crashing the F out. He's drunk. Oh, well, we're going to get him on. He's here. Uncle Dirty, thank you for the Super Chat. He goes, Dak back to pass. He's looking sacked by Parsons. Green Bay wins. Go effing Birds, baby. Go Birds. We got a new Bird fan right now. CNK, thank you for Super Chat. Philly 500, I love the Cowgirls are even more feminine now. Micah is now a Packer. Jerry must be 15,700 years old. Go Birds. He must. The word. Look, we're laughing today, but to me, Lordy. Parsons is more of a threat in Green Bay than in Dallas. And without further ado, we're going to bring Mr. Mark Holmes on. Mark Holmes, my man. What's up, buddy? What's going on, Mark? How are you doing? We're all worried and concerned.
Last night I knew. Actually, it's just like you knew the universe was screwed up because I knew something last night was completely amiss. I didn't know what it was, but I knew something in the universe was bad, and I just kind of felt it, and I was just like, I don't want to be here last night. I literally felt that way. And then about 2 hours ago, I go outside and I look across the street at the Walmart parking lot. I got a Walmart grocery store there. And I look and I see a car in the parking lot upside down. I'm like, how the fuck does a car go upside down in a Walmart parking lot?
Power of Jerry Jones.
And I'm just like, something in the universe is just wrong. It turned out the person hit the gas pedal instead of the brake, hit one of the poles, the pole bent and just literally flipped it over. And then then an hour later, boom, Micah Parsons traded to Green Bay. I don't even know what to say, Philly. I'm just like, the Cowboys will never ever win with Jerry and Stephen Jones. And you can blame Dak. We make always the worst moves ever.
You really thought that they were like going to work this thing out? Like, I mean, even yesterday when we were on Cilios, I was like, I think they might trade him. And you were like, no, they're not going to trade him.
But this is the worst.
But it just seemed like it was getting nasty.
Okay.
It was getting nasty.
Here's the thing. You make him play for this season and don't pay him, right? And then you wait till the end of the offseason when you at least know what the draft compensation is going to be. Green Bay might be, one of the top teams in the NFL, which means that you're looking at draft picks that may be late 20s.
Sure.
You may have basically given them away for two second-round picks, basically.
I think you've made – I still think we'll beat Green Bay, but you've made Green Bay a legitimate Super Bowl contender right now. They are definitely better than they were yesterday. So they're probably going to be a playoff team. Probably, we might see them in the playoffs again. It's crazy.
Saying. In which case, they're not great picks. And Kenny Clark is a 30-year. I mean, granted, he's the best nose tackle we probably had since Jay Ratcliffe, but he's old. He's old. He's 30. Although nose tackles in their 30s can still play decently, but and maybe Jerry Jones is thinking as well. We do need a nose tackle, and we do have we have more edge rushers than we've had before. We know we suck completely in the middle.
You got less than the Raiders got for Khalil Mack.
I know.
That's crazy.
But then but Jerry Jones is such a freaking idiot. He traded Amari Cooper for a fifth. They don't know what they're doing. If you'd come to me and said, "Okay, we got 3 number ones," I say, "Okay, that's cool." You got fleeced again.
Let me ask you, how do you think the locker room is going to take this? I don't know,
man.
Because the morale's got to be low in that locker room after doing this. No?
I would think so. I mean, you went into the offseason saying, we want you to be a leader, right? That's what you said. You went into the offseason and said, we want you to be a leader in this room. We put your locker right next to Dak Prescott, right? He shows up, even without the new contract, OTAs, all the workouts and everything else, shows up for minicamp without the contract and everything else, and then you end up cutting that guy. You got to look around and say, what the F that they did this to this guy? And they literally gave him away for chump change? This is what you got to look at it and say, it isn't about winning. Jerry Jones is on his high for his whole Netflix special. Jerry Jackass. That's what it needs to be. I'm just Jerry freaking. I'm glad I had a new bottle of Ron Zappa.
Take a drink. Take a drink. Let me get a couple of these super chats in and catch your breath, and then we're going to get into it more. Survivor Ops, thank you for super chat. A little off topic, but my fiance got me a Kelly Green Jalen Carter jersey for my birthday. Excited for Thursday. That's very cool. Kelly Green in Dallas this year. It's going to be interesting. Spurger King, thank you for super chat. Micah Parsons, former future Eagle, present Packer. Right? That's crazy. That is crazy. Romez, a member for 39 months. Thank you for your support. Cowboy girls crying. Carter is set to make $50 million now. Oh, look, Jalen Carter's gonna make a lot of money. We already know million. That. Yeah, he's gonna make $50 million now. Carter.
No.
It's probably
Micah Parsons is getting $47 a year.
$47 million.
Yeah, wow. 4-year deal, $188 million. Like 136 fully guaranteed. It's $47 million a year. So that market has just been blown out of the water. So, Jerry Jones is still holding on to it. He just, they sent out a message saying that he had a fully guaranteed, or he had the highest guaranteed, it was at $40.5 million. Okay, yeah, but that was back in March. You should have closed the deal then because the price just continued to go up. So, in the end, I can't say I blame Micah Parsons because I kind of said, Dak, fuck the Cowboys. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you need to go elsewhere. And that's the truth. Micah Parsons, at least he has a team that says, we're going to do what it takes to try and win one. We may not win one, but we're going to try to do one. Jerry Jones, they keeping it as the mom and pop shop where they don't know what they're fucking doing, where they're still living, 35 years ago.
It's always the stinking Packers, man. Ross Spills, thank you for the super chat. He goes, Parsons didn't scare me in Dallas and still doesn't in Green Bay. He shouldn't scare you in Green Bay, but you have to.
We play him in week 4.
If we're being objective, you've got to say you got to say objectively that Green Bay is better now. And they were a playoff team last year, so I think that they're in the conversation in the NFC. Doobie, thank you for the super chat. Goes Mark Holmes, let's go. Laughing my ass off, icing on the cake. A lot of Eagle fans are laughing right now.
Oh,
I'm not going to lie.
And I don't blame you.
Aces Squad, thank you for super chat. Goes, be kind to Mark. He just lost a loved one. He lost Lawrence Taylor. You're Lawrence Taylor. Just think about this. The Green Bay Packers stole Reggie White from me.
I know. And
now they steal Micah Parsons from you.
It's actually fitting that Micah Parsons goes there since the two of them are the only people to ever start their career with 12 or more sacks every year, the first 4 years. So, maybe in the end, maybe this works out for us down the road that, right now we should have $55 million of cap space. Let's see if the Cowboys actually do something. If they're going to go ahead and start getting Howard, right? We get 2 firsts. We got Kenny Clark. So at least we look at it and say, okay, we got somebody to help plug the middle. And we've got, $54 million. You get Tyler Smith lined up, take care of him. Get Deron Bland locked up. And maybe you start making some other trades. You've got now a lot of draft capital to try and get some other players in here. I mean, if you're going to tell me, okay, we traded Micah, we got a plan. We got extra cash, and we're going to go out and we're going to try and do something. We got extra draft picks. We're going to try and get some other legitimate players in here and try and build the roster. Okay, I might not agree with it, but I'll say at least that's a plan. But if you're just going to sit here right now and say, okay, we got $54 million and we're just going to hold on to that, and we believe in our own guys, we're going to roll the dice and we're good enough. Then
I'm sorry, this is so funny. This is so funny. I don't mean to laugh. It's just a week before the Eagles play the Cowboys. Thursday Night Football, you trade away your best player.
You know how I feel right now? I feel like Jerry Jones. I feel like Jerry Jones is standing right there with his zipper down, and he's just pissing on my head. That's literally how I feel right now. It's like, you know what? I don't care. We're worth $12.83 billion. Okay, I could go ahead and trade my best player for a ham sandwich, and I'm still gonna be rich, bitch.
Oh, man. FC Birds fan, member for 52 months. Thank you so much. Come on over, Mark. There's room for you to be an Eagle fan, I guess he's saying. Romez, thank you for the super chat. Cowgirls crying, but Carter about to make $50 million. I don't know that Carter will make $50 million. I don't know what they're paying defensive tackles. I don't think they get as much as edge rushers.
I've got any faith in Schottenheimer handling low locker room morale. Jerry gone to his head. That's who I feel worse for right now is actually Schottenheimer, because you've got now Jerry Jones, as always, undermining the coaching staff. Dallas is going to get a number 1 quarterback next year. Okay, no. Mark, can we trade down? Down with those first-round picks and draft a top 5 pick to get another Micah? How's that sound, bud? Okay, that sounds good in theory, but how many people do you see in a draft that are as good as Micah Parsons? And
you'll be picking in the teens, and they'll be picking in the 20s.
Well, okay. If we have a decent season, we'll be picking in the teen, right? But we'd have 2 number ones.
Do you really think you'll have a decent season now with this?
I don't know.
I just wonder if I'm a player and you just took one of the leaders on the team and traded him a week before the start of the season.
Well, here's the thing about it.
Recover mentally from that.
Here's the thing about it. They brought in so many guys that were first-round guys that hadn't panned out that are on 1-year deals. So they need to play well to try and get their next contract, either with the Cowboys or with somebody else. Here you go, Mark. I'm a Bucs fan, and I'm giving you this one only because I'm laughing my ass off and making fun of my Cowboy fan friends. Thank you very much. It's great when people laugh their ass off and at least give you $10, so I appreciate that. But
I tried to tell you yesterday.
Feel free to laugh at me and troll the hell out of me because I fell for it. I thought for sure that this was bullshit.
Yeah. I got 1,900 people in the chat. Everybody listen to what Mark's saying.
I got 1,600 here. And you know what? I'm going to say that we will still show up on Thursday night. We will still catch that pain on Wednesday, and we'll be there. Okay, I'm still listen.
I think you're going to get destroyed.
I actually have a couple of Eagle fans that are coming to my house to watch this game, so it's going to be hell for me.
I just don't look. It's a team game at the end of the day. Is your locker room going to stay together, or are they going to be resentments amongst that locker room with that front office? And it basically. Jerry Jones might have sabotaged your whole year, is what I'm saying.
I think you did.
You don't know.
I think honestly, I think you're right that it's if you are anybody else on that team, that it doesn't matter what you do, that Jerry Jones on a whim can just say fuck you. You did it with Amari Cooper. You now have done it with Micah Parsons. And if you'll do that to him, nobody else matters.
Right.
I hear you. And if I'm a player there, you know what? You're going to pay me my damn money, or you can go ahead and get rid of me. I'm not seriously. This is why if you're Micah Parsons, you say, fuck the bullshit. It's not about winning. So if it's not about winning, then pay me.
So Jerry's getting what he wants, though, right? I mean, this is what we talked about yesterday. Jerry likes to be the talk of the town, talk of everything. Well, he's getting it today. This is the biggest thing that he has done since firing Jimmy Johnson. I would say this is getting close to that level. He doesn't give a rat's ass. He's got it was getting ugly,
money.
It was getting ugly. It was getting. That's what I was trying to say yesterday. Like, this thing's getting uglier. Like, was Micah, when he left in the airport yesterday, was he going to Green Bay, or was he really going?
He allegedly to go see a doctor. Now, he couldn't go see it. I mean, he could not go to Green Bay and talk to them. Now, maybe he went and talked to his agent, and maybe his agent, for them to already have the deal done an hour after. I mean, I've only been on for an hour and a half, and
Cowboys gave them permission. There's no doubt Jerry Jones gave him permission. You have to give him permission. Adrian, thank you for the super chat. He said, "Long live Jerry Jones." PR Tavern, thank you for the super chat. He goes, "This might make Howie go after Walker now, seeing that they got for Parsons. Maybe because Walker would definitely be cheaper." I like that idea. Liam, thank you for super chat. Jerry Jones, the biggest troll. Love him. I love him too.
Here's what I say, because people say, well, Micah Parsons didn't win shit. take a look at how we run our organization. Take a look at this guy over here and what his team does. Okay? They have a lot roster. When you look at the Eagles roster versus the Cowboys, you have to say that the Eagles have a lot more better players than the Cowboys. And they look and say, maybe my secondary isn't quite as good as it should be. What can I do about that? Let me go out here and get some players. Maybe my wide receiving core isn't quite as good. Maybe we can get some guys that we can develop to be future players. We focus in and circle one contract all off season, and then we fuck it up.
Mark, I think this is the beginning of a rebuild, man. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't
the beginning of the rebuild started last year.
I don't think Dak's going to be there much longer either, because at some point they're going to maybe 2 years, maybe if you're smart you tank and you try to get Arch Manning.
But
there you go.
How about that? I've never seen so much hype for a guy who's yet to be a starter. He might be. Why. Listen, he might be great, but do we really know? I mean, I heard people say tank for Tua. I remember Cowboy fans saying tank for Tua, and then it was tank for Trevor.
I never was a Tua fan, so.
But I'm just saying, can we at least see him do some great things?
Everything you do is a risk, right? If you would have signed Micah Parsons, then you're banking that in the next 2-3 years you're going to win a championship. That's what the risk is. Now you trade him, you're getting multiple first-round picks. The question is, what are you doing? What's Dallas do? Dallas cannot say that they are all in. The Cowboys cannot say we are all in trying to win a Super Bowl.
But,
right?
Fine. I understand trading Micah Parsons. If you had that thought, you should have done that before the draft. When you could have done something with the draft picks to try and help yourself. You don't do it now and trade for unknown picks and sabotage the team for this year. That makes no sense. You literally got the worst deal possible. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that trading Micah is a bad thing, because I can look at it and say, we've paid Des Bryant. What did we get out of paying Des Bryant? We paid Miles Austin. We paid Tony Romo. Maybe we would have been better off not paying those guys. We would probably been better off not paying Zeke Elliott. I can understand that. But to go ahead and turn around a week before you take on the Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champion, in their house, when you've been counting on this guy being one of your team leaders, to now trade him with a rookie head coach, you have literally cut the coach off at the knees.
Yeah, dude, that's bad. There's no way to look at it, but it's bad, especially the week before the season. You should have done this before training camp ever started at the latest. Wow. Antoine, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, so you mean that I'm going to see Micah live for the home opener? I'm not going to see Micah live for the home opener. Damn, so sad. Go Birds, Jerry's the man. No Micah versus the Cowboys. I mean, they don't even know what they're going to do. The first time they take the field without Micah is going to be versus the Eagles in a week. Your poor rookie Zaraku got to go up against Lane Johnson. Good luck with that, dude. Ace Lux, thank you for Super Chat. Green Bay still can't F with us. No, I don't think Green Bay is better than us. I don't. But they're better today than they were. You have to consider Green Bay a contender. I'm not saying that they're ready to win it all, but I think in the conversation of the Eagles, the Rams, the Detroit, I think Green Bay belongs there now. I do. I think it's fair. I hate Green Bay. I got to tell you. I just... So they took Reggie White from me, Mark. Do you know that every time I see a stupid Reggie White highlight, he's always a Green Bay Packer? Yet he spent most of his years in Philly. Do you realize in 4 years from now, 3 years, Mark, people aren't ever going to consider Micah Parsons a Cowboy. He's always going to be looked at as a Green Bay Packer.
He's dead to me now. No, bro. At least we can agree on something, because Aaron Rodgers has been the stuff of nightmares for me. Okay, we finally got Aaron Rodgers the hell out of there and stuff, right? So okay, we're cool. Now we got freaking Micah Parsons. So every time we play them, or every time they do well, or every time he does well, we'll be reminded that Jerry Jackass ended up giving him away for a ham sandwich. And see, here's what people say. Oh, well, we got 2 number ones. Yeah, well, what if one of those number ones are Mozzie Smith and the other one is Tyler Guyton? Then what? You literally gave him away for nothing. They're going to be late round, first round draft picks. That's chump change, man.
Jeez. Yeah, it's bad, man. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. He goes, yeah, here we go. Pack, go. Go Birds, though. Yeah. Man, I can't. I can believe it, but I can't believe it. Gabriel Davis super chat. Damn, the worst than the Eagles loser Reggie White. Sorry, Mark. It's up there. I mean, it's up there.
Well, now you have to say that the next one to go, and maybe he gets traded at this point, because Diggs and Micah became best of buddies throughout this. And Diggs got trashed by the Cowboys about his health and everything else. He wants to get the hell out of here too. So you might start seeing the mutiny here of everybody just saying, you know what, this ain't about winning. And it really isn't. I mean, I know you Eagle fans will have a great time clowning me and everything else in the Cowboys, but it can't be that much fun, is it? Because you look at it and say, we're not even competition with what we have as a GM. We're not even competent.
I think once you get to that first game, it won't be as fun. You know, in a way, we'll feel sorry for you, but no, we won't feel sorry for you. But, you know, in a way, you won't be competition. But leading up to game 1 of the season, the kickoff on Thursday, you know, you're expecting to get Dallas's best, and you just trade your best player away. Trav Davis super chat. He goes off topic. He goes, but what kick do you think is more impressive? Jake Elliott 61-yarder versus the Giants, or David Akers on one leg? That's very interesting.
How good is Kenny Clark? He's better than anybody we had on the interior defensive line. Okay, he's probably 30 years old. He's better than Mozzie, so he will help the run.
That's not saying much.
It's an improvement at least. Okay, it's an improvement at least. What we have to actually count on here, huh?
How long is he signed for?
I don't know. I'm assuming we take his contract, whatever it was. Here's at least, King. Okay, let me try and spin it at least the best way that I can for the Cowboys. The Cowboys may have looked at this and said, okay, as opposed to last year, our best pass rusher, of course, was Micah, and then we had Chauncey Goldston, who was a role player. He had 5 sacks, and then we had Carl Lawson, who had 5 sacks. We had no edge rushers because everybody was injured. They look at it and say, well, we drafted Donovan Easy. Maybe he can become the next Micah Parsons. He's shown pretty good so far through training camp. You have Marshawn Nealon, who had flashes last year. You got Sam Williams, and who am I missing? Oh, Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler, who had 11. So from the standpoint of saying collectively, we're actually okay at edge rusher. We actually have some guys that have potential. I'm not saying that that's great, but we have some guys that are potential. At least with Kenny Clark, you can say that's better than what we've had.
Mm-hmm.
At nose tackle, at least we might be a little bit better at stopping the run, which is something we truly need. We know Micah Parsons isn't shit when it comes to stopping the run against the Eagles, right? He's a non-factor pretty much against the Eagles because you can run the football. And maybe the Cowboys made the calculation that, hey, we need to get somebody to stop the run. This is a veteran who's 30 years old, and most nose tackles are still pretty good till their mid-30s. That's the only thing I can think of. And they looked at it and said, we've got some extra cash. We can sign the guys like Tyler Smith, and maybe we make some other moves for some other guys. If they go out and start making some trades, okay, I'll say, all right, I see you. But if you just stop right here and say we're done, fuck you. Excuse me, Dad.
Right. Giovanni King, thank you for super chat. Mark, I don't know if you know this. He's saying George Pickens got hurt in practice today. Did you hear anything about that?
No, I didn't hear.
That's a troll. Go F yourself says. laughing. Curtis Davis super chat goes, congratulations, Green Bay. Congratulations, Green Bay. Dude, you must feel sick though. Like Green Bay is a thorn in your side already. I mean, geez, you guys losing the playoffs to them. You have the whole, you said Aaron Rodgers back in the playoff catch he made to win the game. Now you said Micah Parsons to Green Bay. What are you doing? Raheem Dash, thank you for the super chat. Cowboys should try to trade for Shedeur Sanders and start over. I think the Cowboys are going to start over. I think I think they're in the process of it. KSF David Super Chat. He goes, Jerry Jones, Chip Kelly. How about them boys? Laugh out loud. Yeah, that's really like it's like the Shady McCoy trade. Ace Lux David Super Chat goes, don't worry, Mark. We will absolutely laugh at you.
I figured you guys would give me some sympathy. I mean, come on. I figured y'all would give me some sympathy at least and cut me some slack. No, you guys are going to beat a man when he's down? Okay. Nice Eagle fans.
I can't believe, like, you were saying, like, you thought this was a public stunt? Remember Jerry Jones and Micah?
I honestly thought it was, man. I honestly thought it was, but...
See, Jerry Jones is arrogant
drink the good stuff here.
Jerry Jones is arrogant enough to say, hey, you know what? If you don't want to play for Dallas, I'll trade you. I don't care. I don't care who. I would love to know if the Eagles called Dallas about Parsons. I would love to know it. Because I don't think Jerry Jones gives a crap. I really don't.
I don't think he does either. That's why I said he's got FU money. So Trayvon Diggs, he tweeted out a broken heart. CeeDee Lamb tweeted out a smiley face with no smile but a tear. And Kayvon Turpin tweeted out, yeah, this league is shit crazy. So you definitely, there's your reaction from the Cowboy players. Like, they're in shock. They're in shock. So, going into here to the Eagles, yeah, it would not surprise me to see the Cowboys get beat 50-3. It would not. Just the shock of this alone. We're fucking done.
Well, I mean, I look at it like this.
Clark is 29, coming off the worst year as a pass rusher. 63.1 grade. Is going to be a similar 4-down front for Dallas and hasn't had a single season run defense grade above 61.5 in 4 years, with a contract getting more expensive after this season. I can't, man. I can't. I can't, man.
He stinks. Oh, man, you poor thing. You're really going through it, man. John, thank you for super chat, or thank you for being a member for 40 months. So I'm going to get Mark and Peter Light, pound Cowboys hangover. So I'm taking it most Cowboy fans are not happy about this, right?
Some of them are happy. Yeah, get his ass, and I've already told all those ones that are like, yeah, he's a bum, get him out of here, he ain't done shit. It's like, okay, remember that. Remember when he's like, defensive MVP and shit and going to a Super Bowl. Remember what you wanted. You fucked around and you got it. On a side note here, at least we're good for shits and giggles at least. Have you seen what we did yesterday on Jacob Sports?
No, I didn't see.
Shit,
what did we do?
We might pass Joy Taylor.
Oh, yeah. Well,
that video is rolling, man. It's about at 10,000 views already.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Blowing the shit out the water.
Goes, Micah, no person, no more. Laugh out loud. It's crazy. Jay, thank you for super chat. He goes, tired of excuses. Go man for man. Commanders, Bill, Bengals, rosters versus Cowboys. Why can't Dak carry the Cowboys like those other quarterbacks? Why not? Read it to Mark. So, Mark, this is for you. Question.
Okay.
Okay, you get the Commanders quarterback, the Bills quarterback, Bengals. They all quarterbacks carry their team. Why can't Dak? Is the question.
Really? Are we just going to hit me while I'm down? I'm sorry. How many Super Bowls? How many Super Bowls has Josh Allen won?
0.
Okay. I was just checking. Okay.
Samuel, thank you for super chat. He goes, Mark, I'm an Eagle fan and I watch your videos a lot. You can
There's
make
a lot of y'all. Appreciate
a parallel from this Micah situation and Reggie White. You can make, you can. It's a lot of parallels from it.
Yeah.
I think Micah might be younger though, going to Green Bay. I think Reggie was like 30 when he went. Reggie played 8 years in Philly. How many years has Parsons been in Dallas? 4?
4 years, 52 and a half sacks.
He's actually, Parsons is actually more in his prime.
He is in his prime.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old.
Yeah, his best years. He's not even peaked yet.
He got 12 and a half sacks in 12 games last year. I'm sorry, 13 games. Okay,
I know.
Granted, I know he's not a great run stopper, but still, he still was one of the top pressure getters when everybody was freaking running against us. You don't replace guys like that.
You do not.
Kenny Clark, when I look at Jerry Jones, I think of one thing. If the football gods came down and said, Jerry, you got to win the next 3 Super Bowls, but catch is you can't do a press conference, he looks at his football gods and says, no deal. That's about right. That honestly is about right. He is all about being in the news. And this whole thing, come Thursday night, it's going to be all about the trade. It's your Super Bowl party, and he's going to try, and they're going to be stealing the headlines.
Chris Kaufman, David Super Chat goes, the end result of running a team like it's 1995. Yeah, that's true. James Hawthorne, David Super Chat, he goes, can't wait to see Isaiah Standback has to say tomorrow on Good Morning Football. I don't even know who that is. After drinking that Jerry Jones Kool-Aid all week on the show, 4 years, $188 million. Sorry, Mark. Mark, you know the whole thing. Game day on Thursday now is going to be, and you're right about this. It's going to be, what are the Cowboys going to do without Micah? How are they going to survive without Micah? What is it going to do? We'll see, man. We'll see. Your team can rally behind it, or they could totally collapse. D. Hart Williams, member for 58 months. Fly Eagles fly. Cowboys are worse, and Packers are better. Yeah, it's true.
Matt Edelfuse must be dead inside when he heard Micah Parsons got traded. I know I feel dead inside.
So you literally woke up this morning thinking that there wasn't going to be a trade, right? Like when did you think and just figure you know what, this trade thing could really happen?
In the back of my I think I've been trying to do what I always do. I always try and think of the positive side of everything. I always like to look for the unicorns and stuff. That this is just Jerry and Mike. They just play it. But in the back of my mind, I've been thinking, what if this shit is true? And it just seems to be, bro. We getting tipsy tonight, okay? We getting drunk, okay? My wife is gonna have to come up here and take the bottle, and she better do it soon because this mother humper is going down for real.
Look at that.
I have to,
It's already all season.
Okay,
mode.
now I'm a little tipsy here. Okay, so I'm gonna say something that I want to actually say. I appreciate you. People don't seem to understand the relationship that we actually have, because you could be lighting me up like crazy, kind of like Pizzle was last night. Last night I was just like, I'm just not in the mood for this tonight. I just, we are literally the Christians going against the Lions on Thursday night. I've got a jackass for an owner who doesn't care about winning. We are sitting here dealing with something that we should have dealt with last year. And we should have been looking. We should have signed him last year at about $35 million when he said, hey, let's get this thing done. And here it is before the season. I thought for sure it was going to be Thursday night we're going to announce that Micah Parsons got an extension. But I was wrong. And so in the back of my mind, I always thought that this could happen. And lo and behold, it damn sure did.
It came quick because it was this morning there were reports that for the first time they were listening.
Yeah.
There's no way that was the first time it just started. Like, it had to be going on for a while, because you don't come up with a deal that fast.
No. Well, you guys sure did with Saquon. But what?
No, we didn't really. We gave him a deal. We gave him the money he wanted, but it wasn't even a lot of money. Like, it was a really good deal. The Eagles felt like the Eagles ripped that deal up and gave him a brand new one, this all season. They took care of him. They didn't say, we're going to let you keep playing your contract. They said, you know what? You've outdone your contract already in 1 year. We're going to rip it up and give you a new contract. They gave him a new contract this all season. That's the difference between the Eagles and the Cowboys. It really is.
The Cowboys.
Andrew, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, how about them poverty-stricken Cowboys? Man, it's brutal, man. James, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, Philly, my man, crazy time in this league, but can't wait for kickoff next week. And I'm sorry, Mark, feeling with you. Heads up, bud. Pound fly, Eagles fly. I just don't know, man. I don't know what you guys are going to do. JJ Rock, Philly, thank you for the Super Chat. Goes, please check on Mark later tonight. Man's going to be so drunk, he's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Jerry's porch. I don't think Mark's going to be able to answer the phone tonight. In flight, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, you all called it on Sylph's show, Boys on Rebuild. I think so. I mean, when you go and you trade the best player, I mean, what are you really saying?
I'm sorry, but this is literally the very worst time to trade a guy of his ilk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You could have gotten a hell of a lot more than what you just got right now. Teams in April, in March, they're flush with cash. They're getting ready for the draft. You know where you trading to the Packers now is literally stupid.
Yeah,
you have literally boosted their team. I hope that you took the over on the Packers, with Vegas before this trade, because damn, you're gonna get paid.
I don't know. Yeah, you are. Rich, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, trade for Tua. Yes, your O-line. We have kept him safe. There you go. You want Tua?
No.
We the ones. Thank you for Super Chat. Goes, Cowboys versus Green Bay week 4 will be. Holy shit. You play Green Bay week 4?
Week 4. Yes, week 4 we play Micah Parsons.
Oh.
Yes, we play Micah Parsons week 4. And that might be the last game that Dak Prescott plays in the season.
Bye-bye, Dak.
Ryan Craigie, Hey Mark and Philly 500, Cowboy fans for 30 years. I'm getting black out tonight. Done with Jerry. That's very few. I would say 10% of the people are saying, hey, I'm happy he's gone. He was a big mouth and his podcast was a problem. 90% of the people are like, fuck Jerry.
Yeah, well, I could see why. Jibu2, David Super J goes, Jerry has added cocaine to his list of vices. He must have added something. I really felt like, when I was like, I really think he's getting traded. When I saw him laying on the trainer's table, I thought this is bad. Like, because there's a way you act. If the contract's coming and you think it's getting close, you stay on your best behavior because you just got to put up with it a little more. He was just completely checking out, dude. I mean, that's how it looked.
One of my heroes that is really messed up right now, which is Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis, who's got dementia and everything else. And I really feel bad for him and his family because of the frontal lobal, dementia that he has, that he doesn't recognize his family. He's a lot younger than Jerry Jones. And I wonder, and I'm not trying to be funny or anything else, does Jerry Jones have it all upstairs still at 82 years old? Because you don't make these kind of decisions. And I think actually when Jerry Jones said last year to 105.3 The Fan, to those guys, I don't expect people that I write checks to question what I say. That nobody in the building has the balls to stand up to him and say, Jerry, you're effing up. And I also wonder, is Jerry Jones a little bit sick right now? And they're just saying, Jerry, you built this thing. You do whatever you want to for your last bit of time.
Man, I don't know. It's crazy. Jason Bennett, thank you for the super chat. I bet you Micah practices tomorrow.
I bet the back feels better.
It does feel better now.
They're rubbing some money on it. It feels a whole lot better when you rub that cash on it. Thoughts on Packers Cowboys week number 4? Psh, another one of my nightmares. That's what that'll be.
Week 4. I can't wait for that. Joel Ramos, thank you for super chatting. Yo, Philly, you called on Cilio's show. You said traded. Yeah, I said yesterday in the Cilio show. I said I think he's going to get traded, and it just seemed like it was getting nasty. And I wasn't even talking about the trade rumors of Green Bay. I just thought it was getting nasty. Like, it didn't seem like this is how it goes. Like if you look at Terry McLaurin, right, when he won his deal, even Hendrickson, they're there. They're sitting there and they're smiling. They're talking to the staff. They're out there at practice. You look at Micah, he's sitting there miserable, sitting on a seat, his head's down. Like, it's a different vibe altogether.
You know what? Was. But I think some of that may be the realization, and I have to say that losing my dad has actually been a revelation. I can't speak. I'm drunk. Has changed the way I look at a lot of things about wasting time, because time is a very precious commodity. You know, you only have so much of it. You know, I've spent a lot of my time. I've got 60 years almost behind me. I ain't got 60 years in front of me. And I look at this and I say, we're wasting time with Jerry Jones thinking that he's going to do something different. This is no different than firing Jimmy Johnson. We go through every season, off season, where, you know, we look at it and say, oh, it's going to be different this year. We're going to sign some players. We believe in our own guys, and even when we went through our cuts and stuff, we cut our guys, and for the most part, we brought back the guys we drafted. Nothing changes. The Cowboys are still stuck to 35 years ago of how they did business, and Jerry Jones is not going to change. Jerry Jones is the guy who only cares about me and getting the people looking and talking and laughing and everything else. He doesn't care about winning. He's already in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's already got 3 Super Bowl trophies. And to know that his team is worth almost $2.5 billion more than the next one, he looks at everybody else and said, winning's overrated. I want the circus. And as us as fans, sitting here hoping and waiting that we're going to do something, if we win a Super Bowl, it's going to be because of dumb luck. It's not going to be because of anything that they did. It's the truth. Look at honestly. Okay, I'm going to say bring back Dante Flower. That was a good move. I'm going to say going out and getting George Pickens is a good move. That was definitely things that helped us. But we were so devoid of talent from the year before, where you let 9 starters go. You can't just stop there, and you can't let go of one of your best players and get chump change for it and think that everything's going to be all right.
The best player. I mean, literally your best player.
Yeah.
Yeah. In his prime. You tell me, what teams trade their best player in their prime?
Nobody does.
History.
And nobody does in freaking August.
It never works. It never works out when you do that. They've never seen it work. I can't think of one team that traded their prime player away and then go on to win, especially at the time, a week before the season starts.
Dirty Sanchez, shout out to you being number one there, buddy. Jerry is probably looking to put a package together for Manning. Okay, but here's the problem with that. Okay, I hear what you're saying, because by that time, but if Arch does stay in for another year, because it'll only be 1 year that he's in college football, I can understand you saying that he's looking to find the quarterback of the future. But here's the thing. You had a good quarterback in Tony Romo that was good enough to win a Super Bowl. You had one that in Dak Prescott that was good enough to win a Super Bowl if you provided a team for them. Every time you have been devoid of enough talent. The Eagles recognize you can't look at it and say, we're a Super Bowl team and be content. We have to go out there and try to continue to get better, because if you're not getting better in the NFL, you're getting worse. And that's the problem. If you're going to say, I'm going to package up these 2 draft picks right here to get me another quarterback, and I just lost a guy that would be good for the next 5 or 6 years, you just got worse. You just did.
You did. You got worse. Liam, thank you for Super Chacos. Let's pop the champagne bottles. Chat, cheers. Yuri, thank you for Super Chacos. Eagles signed Ambry Thomas. Oh, yeah, defensive cornerback from the Niners. I just saw that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. D. Hart Williams, thank you for Super Chacos. Packers are a little better. Cowboys way worse. I wouldn't say the Packers are a little bit better. I think the Packers are significantly better. The question is, are they good enough to overtake any of the other teams? That I don't know. Michael Gregory, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, Mark, how are you handling losing 26-year-old proteges, Luca and Micah? Oh, that's right. They lost Doncic. Yeah. Who have been surreal in their careers. Dak on next, Dallas in shambles. There you go. There's your answer, Michael. He's drinking. Mark is harder. And look, I give Mark credit. Look, we bust Mark's balls because the Cowboys provide a lot of material for us to bust his balls with. But Mark, man's up. He's here. He's talking about it. He's not running, and we got to give him props for that. I could only imagine if that was, us trading a guy like that away.
How many Eagle fans do you have?
Crazy.
How many Eagle fans do you have in there right now?
I have 1,796.
Okay, well, you 1,796. I'm addressing you guys right there. You Eagle fans, okay? This is Cowboys. This is officially Cowboys Eagles hate week. Starting right now because we are
week away.
7 days and an hour and a half away from kickoff. Troll the fuck out of me. Laugh at me.
There you go.
I literally have been drinking the Kool-Aid, and now I'm smart enough to be drinking good rum. Okay? I should have been drinking the good rum the whole time instead of the Kool-Aid because I honestly thought that we were the new and improved Cowboys, that we were making trades and bringing in George Pickens and everything else, and we were actually going to go all in this time. But Jerry Jones, he done screwed me over again. We are Jerry Jones's glory hole.
Gerald, thank you for the super. I have to clip that one. Mark is struggling to make sense of this. Haha. I mean, to me, it's the equivalent of
bird section is not my
lane. If the Eagles were to trade Jalen Carter right now, what would you do? It'd be it's crazy, or like Saquon. I don't know in what. I mean, the Khalil Mack trade, I guess, is the closest one. But can you remember times where the best player on your team, in his prime, just reaching his prime, gets traded a week before the season?
It's never unheard of. Philly. Understand. Listen to me here. This is one of those crazy statistics. Since the NFL draft has been happening in the modern era, there have been 29 players that have been 4-time Pro Bowlers in their first 4 years. Only 29. And guess what? The only one that won't be on the same team is Micah Parsons. He is the only one to ever be traded being a 4-time Pro Bowler from the team that he started with. I think I'm going to go out and smoke a cigar. I got me some Cuban cigars here tonight. I'm going to go out there and if I haven't passed the fuck out, okay, although I might light up that cigar and I might literally implode from all the alcohol I got in my system. It might just be okay. But
Cuban cigar, there you go.
I deserve that.
I usually like cigars in victory mode, victory celebrations, not a depression.
Bro, I'm on the Titanic, and this is my last go round, okay? Because the shit is we're sinking ship, bro. This is my last one.
Yeah. Has he met the media yet? When's he going to meet the media?
I have not seen him. I've been looking to see if there's anything with him. But so far, he would want to hide out because I can guarantee you that everybody is going to be F you, Jerry.
Charles Powell, thank you for super chat. He goes, prime time, September 28th. Oh, man, that Green Bay game on prime time.
Yeah.
D. Hart Williams, thank you for super checks. 500. You missed a couple of my super. Oh, I apologize. I'll go back and look for them. JJ, member for 61 months. He says, Mark, what grade do you give this trade? I give it an F minus. My thoughts are the Cowboys don't know if they want to rebuild or contend, but trading Micah means we 100% rebuild. Also, Kenny Clark sucks. For your information.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you give it? An F?
The Cowboys don't care about rebuilding or competing. They only care about the media. And here's what I'm looking at right now, of course, okay? 1 hour ago, Adam Schefter, 28,000 views from ESPN. I'm looking at, I've never even heard of this guy, the Paul somebody else show. He's got 1,500 people watching, okay? Mike Fisher streamed 54 minutes ago, 8,000 views. Of course, me, I've got like 1,200 people. I got my man Cowboy Fan Talk, 600 people watching. Law Nation, 1,500. It's like everybody is feasting because of Jerry Jones. Everybody's getting paid because of Jerry Jones and his stupidity.
Boy, I love Jerry Jones. I really love Jerry Jones. I do. I hope he stays the owner another 100 years. Roll Philly Dog. David Super Chat goes, Jets got more for Jamal Adams than the Cowboys did.
Oh,
wow.
Shit. Jerry's so dumb. He even traded him the same conference and to a team that had the Cowboys numbers the last 4 years.
He don't care.
Let me say shout out to everybody who has literally come in here to troll me. I'm actually, what I want you to do is I want you to make me feel like shit so I don't forget this moment of what Jerry Jones has done to me, okay? He has literally diddied me without the baby oil, okay?
No baby oil.
No baby oil.
No baby
he
oil
has
from
diddied me without the baby oil. Jerry is so dumb. He even traded him in the same conference and to a team that had the Cowboys numbers the last few years. Shout out to you.
Let me ask you, when you heard about the trade, what were you doing? What were your immediate thoughts when you saw it? I mean, there were rumors, but did you think it was going to go down so quick?
So, Pizzle last night was making fun of me saying that I never get away from the red brick house. And I was out because, my mom, who now is a widow, I've got all this firewood that I'm getting ready to take for her. I went out and got some bird seed because that's her hobby, is feeding the birds and watching them and stuff, because I was going to be leaving this evening to go back home and take her some wood and stuff. And I don't want any jokes about me taking wood to my mother. Okay, pause. Okay, seriously, don't be a fucking 12-year-old. Okay. And then I came inside. Because I had heard all the rumors that Jerry Jones, that the Cowboys were listening to offers. And I came inside and I saw Michael Irvin was being asked by Rich Eisen to go ahead and be a mediator on this, because he's like, this is madness. And then my buddy Clarence called and said, it's done. He's traded to the Packers. I'm like, no, this can't be. It's like, it can't be. No, I'm like, it can't be. Not to anybody but the frick. I said, listen, the two teams you can't do this to are the Eagles and the Packers. And he fucking did it to the Packers. Now, Micah, of course, says he's going to, he sent a great, heartfelt thank you to Cowboy fans and everything else. And basically said, my home is still Dallas. I'm going to be there in the offseason, because who wants to be in Green Bay in the winter? There ain't shit in Green Bay. I ain't going to lie to you. Literally, there is nothing in Green Bay. So it's kind of like every Green Bay Packer player, nobody lives in Green Bay. So he's going to be coming back to Dallas.
That's even isn't that rubbing salt in the wound? There you go in Dallas, walking around. All those Cowboy fans are going to see Micah Parsons, the Green Bay Packers.
Bro, here it is. my team is so fucking inept, okay? You had Derrick Henry literally buy a second house in Dallas last year and was literally begging them to call them. But we, of course, we're not going to. And think about if the Cowboys had, signed him last year, because he got a 2-year deal for $16 million. If the Cowboys had signed Derrick Henry last year, that offense, you would start saying, okay, I see you with George Pickens, would be really, really good. But see, that's the ineptitude of the Cowboys. They keep saying, we believe in our own guys. We're okay bringing back Zeke and Dalvin Cook. And when I look at it, I've been trying to. Here's the worst thing about this, okay? I'm a Dallas Cowboy YouTuber, along with people like my man Law Nation. Shout out to Law. Law is incredible. He is blowing up, I got my man Cowboys Talk and everything else. I've got, Foots and all these guys. All of us go through and we sell the Cowboys bullshit-ass players. We go to training camp, because we're open every practice. We get to know these guys, and all of a sudden we start talking about how great these guys are. Well, these guys, we're only looking at them going against the Cowboys. And so we oversell the product that we have on the field. And in the end, the Cowboys don't give us anything. We are shoveling the shit for Jerry Jones and selling it to the fans and giving them hope. That I am Mr. Positive Spin guy, and I'm always hey, here's why we have a chance, and here's why this guy who's been nothing for the last 10 years can help us. And they don't literally give us any kind of access, any kind of thing. They make it actually harder for us. And they treat us fans the same way. We are just like, we might as well be like in the Matrix in there. They're just sucking our electricity out of our body and stuff to fuel the machine. They don't give a shit about us. I'm just laying there. They're just sucking the life out of me and stuff to feed Jerry Jones's need. They're turning us upside down, shaking all the fucking cash out of us, and going about their business. It's just...
Yeah, I hear you. Big Blue Boss, they were super chat. He goes, go Giants. The Williams 1122 member for 19 months. Thanks so much. He goes, Mark, no bandwagon jumping. Mark's not going to jump. Mark ain't going nowhere. He's gonna suffer. Robert California, they were super chat. He goes, the Jets got more for Jamal Adams than the Cowgirls did from Micah. Laughing my ass off. Long live Jerry Jones. I'd have to see what that Jamal Adams trade was.
Look, dude, Lewis, take your Steeler ass on the fuck out of here.
Seahawks, don't do that. Seahawks.
Okay. Take your Seahawks ass on out of here.
Lewis, thank you for the super chat. He goes, the smart move would be to trade Dak and full out tank.
You can't trade Dak because Dak was smart enough to say,
Dallas is in
fuck
purgatory
you, Jerry.
for years to
I'm
come.
going to get no trade clause.
Well, you don't think Dak would waive it to go somewhere else?
Not at this point this year. You've already gone through, maybe at the end of this year. And I'll say that you can look at it and say Trayvon Diggs is going to be like, I'm the fuck out of here next year. Because, the way they've screwed him, he's going to be like, I want to get out of here. They've been trashed me. They took $500,000 from me. I'm going to force my... And what it might end up being is maybe you start seeing more and more players basically say, F you, Jerry. I want out of here. Fire Jerry Jones, please.
Yeah. Well, that's what I wonder. I wonder how this looks across the league for other players that when they're free agents wanting to go to Dallas.
If you want publicity, this is the place to come. And here you have to also realize, too, there's only so many jobs out there. And if it's like, I can be out of the league or I can be with the Cowboys, there's worse things that could be happening. And at least being here at the Cowboys, let's be clear here. Micah Parsons is better that he has been here with the Cowboys. Can you imagine what his first podcast is going to be like? Can you imagine how many people will watch that damn podcast and look for him to trash the Cowboys? He just blew up on that thing, at least for the short term. After a while, nobody cares about somebody who's with the Green Bay Packers.
Skinny Batman David Super Chat goes, today is Jerry Jones Super Bowl. It really is.
Yeah,
Antoine, thank you for this. No, thank you for the Super Chat. He goes, Jerry traded Micah to a team that has owned him for more than a decade. The Dez catch, no catch, the shootout loss to Rodgers, the blowout 2 years ago. That's like trading CeeDee Lamb to the Niners. It is. It's crazy.
Shirt.
Mark needs the F. Jerry Jones shirt.
Okay.
John Stanley, thank you for Super Chat. Steven is going to roast the hell out of the Cowboys tomorrow, laughing my ass off.
You can figure out.
He is. I have no doubt about it.
All right, I love you.
Curtis, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, well, hello, good people, and Micah Parsons laugh out loud. D. Hartwell's thank you for Super Chat. He goes, I like Mark because through it all, he's a realist. About some things.
I'm delusional.
Charles Powell, thank you for the Super Chat.
I still believe that we're going to have a decent season. That's how delusional I am.
Yeah. Take another drink. Another drink.
Bro, you see
September 28th, 8:20 p.m. Eastern.
This was a new bottle.
That Green Bay game is primetime game. Is it in Dallas?
I can't remember. I think it is in Dallas. Angelica Baron. She said, I need a butt plugs t-shirt.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Jose, thank you. Jose, thank you for the super chat.
Ooh,
Lane Johnson is still Micah's daddy. Let's not forget. No, it's true. It's true. Dude Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Goes, trade the picks for Dak's replacement. Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to see if Dallas does. I want to see if Dallas goes full tank.
Let me say with feeling here, I get it. Dak Prescott really has about two years left. But the problem for the Cowboys is, just like the Eagles recognize, you know what? Let's go out and get a really good running back. Let's get a great offensive line. Let's go again and get some studs on the defense. It's not about just one guy. And if you end up taking the 2 picks that we just got and a first-round pick and go for a quarterback like Washington did for RG3, you're still not looking at the problems that we have at stopping the freaking run and unable to run the ball in the playoffs. Guys, when we give up 160 yards on the ground to the 49ers and we only get 62, that's your problem. That's your problem. You must be able to stop the run in playoffs. The Cowboys, they don't give a rat's ass about nose tackles. As a Lion fan, this hurts too. Oh, yeah. Lion fans are like, thank you, Cowboys. Thank you very much.
That doesn't help the Lions. That's true.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a division, though. That division is going to be interesting because Green Bay is much better.
I wonder
Detroit
about
is still
Minnesota, though. Minnesota,
well, I don't know. Minnesota
issues.
is a quarterback question, but Chicago is supposed to be improved. I don't know how much that's going to be true, but it's a tough division. It could be. 03 David Super Chat goes, I'm slamming the Eagles money line.
They already had
thank you,
21.
Jerry. I would too. I would bet that.
By him
Unstable
leaving.
Eric, thank you for Super Chart. He goes, Mark, it's a blessing in disguise. The
I hope
Cowboys
you're
fans
right.
now can't deny that Dallas is in much needed long rebuild. Gonna be the Eagles era for a while. That's what I think, Because the thing is if you go out, you get all your offensive linemen, you get your players that you need to put a Super Bowl team around Dak. How old is Dak by that time? 35, 36 years old?
Yeah, I mean, what you should have been doing right now is you should have been saying last year and this. Actually, you should have said this last year. Last year, you should have said we're going to go all in and try and win a Super Bowl. You go out and you load up the team. If it doesn't work, you fire Mike McCarthy. You go ahead and don't sign Dak Prescott and so on, and that's where you start over. Instead, they kind of did this whole thing of we're just going to kind of go in limbo. We're going to let the team do whatever, and we're going to go ahead and get rid of Mike McCarthy. And so now you're here. You're starting over with the new coach who is, wasn't exactly everybody's choice. You put together a good coaching staff, but now you lose your best player, and you didn't do other than George Pickens a lot to try and help build the team as far as chemistry goes. We go through and we end up signing the edge rusher from the Ravens. I can't think of his name right now, but we looked at that and said, oh, we can go ahead and get an international credit because he's an international player, and that saves us a roster spot. We are forever trying to get UFFL guys, undrafted rookie free agents, and saying they're going to be good enough for us to win a Super Bowl. And it's just not. You need primo talent.
Man. Oh, my God. You guys. Oh, my
We
God.
suck.
What a
It
mess.
all goes
Jim
back
Adams.
to Jerry Jones. Okay, so let me ask
Jim
you
Adams, thank you for
this.
Super
Okay,
Chat.
from somebody who's
Jets got
outside
more
the
for
building.
Jamal Adams. He did.
They did. So let me ask you, for somebody who's outside the building, when you look at our defense now, who do you look at and say, the guy we must stop? Who are the good players that you worry about on our defense?
I don't even know because,
Osa Ndigizou is the best player. Osa Ndigizou is the best player we have on our roster right now.
Is he healthy?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so they're going to stop
Our three
him.
technique defensive tackle is right now probably the best player we have at the moment. Now, maybe Overshown comes back healthy, and you look at it and say he's our best one. Everybody else is pretty much unproven. Diggs is coming back from a second knee surgery. I don't know how good he's going to be.
Good.
You look at this on the defense and say, I'm not scared of anybody on that defense right now.
Right. Well, the guy that you used to key on and everybody used to worry all the time is where's Micah at?
Where's Micah?
Right?
Yeah, you don't have that now.
And now you take that away from him. I think you make the Eagles' job a lot easier. I do. I don't see how your defense is any better with losing a guy like that, your best player, right?
Not unless you spend the money on and making some other trades to bring some other people in. I will say, people have poo-pooed Clark and said he sucks. Well, okay, we know suckage as far as defensive tackles. We've had Mozzie Cilio, for the last 3 years on our defensive line,
right.
So we know suckage on the defensive line. He literally a lot of times is back there with the safeties, okay, on a double team. So maybe that's an improvement there, but for the most part,
man,
we're fucked.
They're showing a picture of Micah smiling, all happy.
I'm sure he is. $47 million a year, bro. $47 million a year. And watch. And here's what's going to be the funniest part is you're going to see that first year be about $8 million for a cap hit.
Yeah,
you watch.
Yeah, they'll do that. Of course. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Week 1 just got even better. Go Birds. It's a crazy week 1 now because they're going to be talking about you're going to get, no matter what, the Cowboys are not the same Cowboys without Micah. It becomes a different team. Go Birds 215 member for 8 months. Thanks so much. He goes, had to come see Mark's face. Mark is drinking. Brooks, thank you for the super chat. He goes, how many videos is Mark going to make? 30? I don't think he's going to make as many. I think he's going to pass out drunk. Truth and facts, thank you for super chat. He goes, Eagles teams reports Eagles will sign Asante Samuel. I haven't heard anything like that. Where is that coming from? That would be interesting if he's healthy. But what we heard is that he's got to get an MRI in October. So I don't know that anybody's going to sign him right now. Christopher Michael Davis Suche goes, Dak is next. Straight rebuild incoming. That's what I think. I think this is Dak's last year.
You know, here's okay. I will say this.
I'm sorry. I do think that's the case.
But here's the thing: is do we trust the people that we have to rebuild? I mean, I was okay.
No.
Let's be clear here. I did not look at this and say we're going to the Super Bowl like some Cowboy fans. Okay, I am delusional Cowboy fan and all that, but I looked at that and said if we end up winning 10, 11 games, it's a great season. I know Cowboy fans will say, "Oh man, we only won 10, 11 games. We didn't go very far in the playoffs." I say we have a rookie head coach. We have a whole new coaching staff. We're trying to fill in holes with guys who were literally disappointments as first-round draft picks, and you're starting over with the new system. So I said you can't expect a whole lot there to begin with.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think? How many games, how many wins do you think Micah Parsons gives you on that team? How many extra wins?
Here's the problem for the Cowboys. If the Cowboys were able to stop the run, you would maximize what he does. See, and let me say this, and people don't seem to understand this. When you have a generational player that does something really, really well, what you want to do is you want to compliment that guy. Instead, what the Cowboys do is they say, well, we got a great player right there, so we expect him to be able to win it all. You looked at it, and I remember saying to you, because you literally said, I don't know what Jalen Hurts is. You remember that? We had a not online. You and I had a personal conversation, and that's where a lot of people don't understand that Philly 500, it's almost like he's like a brother from another mother. We've never actually met in person, but if shit hit the fan, I'm there to help Philly 500. I'll be honest with you, because I honestly and truly feel that way about you. You're like family.
Right.
And we had a conversation. You said, I don't know what Jalen Hurts is. We do have the extra draft picks because of Carson Wentz. We can replace him.
Right.
But the team said, okay, here's what Jalen Hurts we know he can do. He can move around the pocket. He can run and so forth there. We're going to go ahead and see. We're going to get A.J. Brown. We're going to surround him by talent. We're going to put a great offensive line around him, and we're going to try and maximize what he does. The Cowboys don't do that. Now, Dak, for the first time, Dak Prescott, contrary to what Eagle fans say and Cowboy fans say, is actually very good on the move from the pocket. If you do bootleg, play action, get him out of the pocket, and going deep, he's one of the more accurate deep passers. Unfortunately, the Cowboys have not had, a lot of receivers that are good going deep. We'll have one. You guys have Devontae Smith, you have A.J. Brown, and you have Dallas Goedert, along with a great running game. So, I said Carson Wentz. I'm drunk. Forgive me. I'm drunk as shit. Okay, I've been drinking like crazy since Micah Parsons has been traded. And I'll probably continue to drink till I literally pass the fuck out. But what you did was you said, we're going to make it so that the quarterback doesn't have to be the only reason why we win or lose. We're going to make him a cog in the puzzle. The Cowboys look and say, we're only going to go as far as Dak Prescott goes, and we're going to have CeeDee Lamb. We paid him, so we're going to go ahead and say he's got to get 15 touches a game. Well, you have to understand when you say we're only going to go to that guy, teams say he's the only guy we have to stop. And that's the difference of the Cowboys. They look at it and say, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, they're going to sell jerseys. We're good. We got Micah Parsons. He's going to sell jerseys. We're good. But it's also about having that interior defensive line that aren't going to sell jerseys, that can stop the run, that makes Micah Parsons be able to pass rush more often to get to the quarterback. That's called complementary football. The Cowboys don't understand anything about that, and they care nothing about one technique guys. We have not had a competent inside defensive rusher since Jay Ratcliffe about 2008. And they don't care about that. And that's the reality of it.
That's bad. And now your best player is a Green Bay Packer.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm seeing people saying Micah Parsons 1 sack in the playoffs in 4 games. Charles Haley 10 games 3 sacks. The problem is when you look at the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs, teams are running the football against him. They're not putting him in pass rushing situations. That is the Achilles heel for the Dallas Cowboys. To say, well, Micah Parsons only had 1 sack. He's not a really run stopper because he's only about 240 pounds. He's not a big guy. And what the Cowboys do is they say, Micah, we want you to get upfield and get to the quarterback. Whether it's a run or a pass, we want you in the backfield raking havoc, which means then you're taking out the run-stopping ability from him. So, it is what it is. Let me know if your Eagle fans are tired of bashing me, and I can literally
we'll find out. We the ones. Thank you for Super Chicos. Jerry just gave Cowboy fans some Diddy. He did. Cheyenne, member for 38 months, says, Mark, you booing Parsons or cheering him on September 28th? You going to boo him or cheer him?
I can't root for him. I'll root for him any other game except when he plays the Cowboys. I actually feel, you know what? I actually feel happy for Micah Parsons in the way that the movie Get Out, I'm the dude that's there who's like literally crying, like, leave, get out while you can. Because you can be part of the media here in Dallas, but if what your ultimate goal is to get that ring, it's not about that here. It's not about that here.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Tribe Called Quest, thank you for the super chat. Goes, go Eagles. I love when you take Mark to drinking. Let's go. 9-4-25. Can't wait.
Shit, I've drank half
Winning
this fucking
Reality
bottle.
member for 30 months. Thank you so much. He goes, Mark, welcome to reality.
Oh, Lordy.
Philly,
Chris
did you hear
Dooley.
about the custom jerseys we get to wear during division games? Just heard, wondering what you know. Well, the Eagles are going to be wearing the Kelly Greens versus Washington, Dallas, and the Giants. The Dallas one they'll be wearing in Dallas.
Okay. So, you want to know how delusional? Here's how delusional are my fans. I'm sorry, Dallas Cowboy 86. Parsons is easily replaceable.
Oh, shit. I love it.
Oh, we don't need that guy. He's a bum, man. We can replace him with anybody. Okay, let me say this. Look, okay, listen to me. Look at me. Look at me right now. Micah Parsons in the last 4 years, 52.5 sacks. Okay? D-Law, 14. Dorrance Armstrong, 16.5. And I'm trying to think who the other one is. There's somebody else that's at 14. There's Micah Parsons at 52.5. The next closest guy, 16 over the last 4 years. He's not easily replaceable. Get a fucking life.
So who's your sack leader now?
Dorrance Armstrong, who had 11 last year with the Commanders.
With the Commanders. SWP
Angelica Baron with the
Appreciate
nice
it.
puppies.
Green Blaze the Fly Eagle, thank you for super chat. The brother screwed us. Laugh out loud. Man, the brother really screwed you guys. Comrade Coop, thank you for super chat. Goes, Eagles Nation, how you feeling? We're feeling good. I mean, especially going in week 1. Eric Wilson, thank you for super chat. Mark, Cowgirls suck. Why do Green Bay? That sucks. Green Bay just got a whole lot better. This made the Eagles season a whole lot harder. Green Bay's a contender now.
I have to honestly, Philly 500. I honestly have to say that Jerry Jones said, "Hey, Mark and Cowboys Nation, fuck you. We're going to trade him to Green Bay for a ham sandwich."
Of course.
That's honestly how I feel.
Yesterday,
anybody but Green Bay and Philadelphia.
If that guy gets pissed off, he's the kind of guy to say, I don't care where Micah goes. We'll beat him. We don't care. And he did it. He traded to Green Bay. SWP Vic Davis Super Chat goes, Cowboys and Giants are two of the worst organizations in the NFL. Laugh out loud. Jeez. Derek Moore Davis Super Chat goes, the Dallas Packers game in Dallas on Sunday Night Football will be euphoric. Imagine Parsons sacking Dak
my God.
5 to 6 times in Dallas.
The views for that will probably be bigger than the season opener.
In a video, when I said the Eagles were trying to get Parsons, you said if Parsons goes to Philly, he may end Dak's career. What do you think about him playing Dak now?
Oh, man.
He's going to be up for that. Oh, boy. That's must-see TV right there.
He might take the sack, but he probably won't try and kill Dak. Because they are actually boys. They do actually have a mutual respect. He'll take him down, but he won't try and do the spin, the alligator roll or anything on him. But he will be coming for blood. And I won't blame him at all. And you know what? In some regard, I want this team to implode, to blow up in Jerry Jones's face. But Jerry Jones is just a piece of crap. I'm sorry. This is all jokes aside, this makes no sense at this point. I get it. You can look at it and say Micah Parsons is a commodity, we can trade him. You don't trade him the week before the season starts. You just don't.
No, I don't think that plays well in the locker room either. I really don't. Freddie Davis Super Chat goes, Mark, what would you have asked for the Packers? Like, what would you have gotten to say, you know what, that's enough compensation for him? What would have made you feel better? Is there anything that they could have given you that you would have felt better?
There's no, at this point, there's nothing they can do. But this is what one of my fans is saying. Parsons apparently tried to come back to the bargaining table, but Jerry apparently told Parsons to play on the 5th-year option or leave, per Jane Slater. He basically said, fuck you. You're going to play on the 5th-year option or get out. You. So
you could tell it was headed there. Jedi Master David Super Chat goes, Mark, rip that Cowboy shirt off. You're a mess. What's your next shirt?
This is Cowboys Jerry? Mafia. Oh, I already called Miss Tracy and said, Tracy, I need a F Jerry Jones shirt. Wow. I mean, here's the problem for me. I tried to say this last night with Cop Pizzle. Cop Pizzle, for somebody that hasn't done shit in forever, he sure does talk a whole lot. I have to actually give you. I have to actually give you credit because you were just kind of chill last night. Cop Pizzle was like on that shit last night, like. They've done something. It's like, bro, do you realize that your team has been ass? You've had like literally one playoff year since 2016, and you're talking like you were at least the Commanders that were in the NFC Championship. I could understand my man Dooley. Shout out to Dooley with the super chat. I appreciate you, dude. I'm going to check you out. Send me hit me up with your link to your channel so I can subscribe. You were just kind of like chilled, and okay, I'm going to be kind of cool.
We just were on Dan Silio's show.
Oh,
shit.
What
am I going to say? We were just on Cilio's show. Plus, Pizzle's great in the first 2 weeks of the season. By week 10 or 12, he goes, he's another one.
So Pizzle owns Mark Holmes and Baby Doll Whistle. How can you own shit when your team sucks ass? You can talk a whole lot of talk. Okay, yeah, but guess what, dude? Your team hasn't beat Dak Prescott since his freaking rookie year. Okay, rookie year since 2016. Shut the fuck up, you jackass.
The Giants think they're beating you now, week 2, right? They think it's over.
Yeah, I hear that. You know what?
JC Red,
and they're going to get a dose of reality when Dak goes to their ass.
Dennis dropped it and Jerry fumbled it. Oh, man, it's true. Mike Scott, thank you for super chat. Goes 500. Fly Eagles fly, and Jerry Jones lives forever. I love Jerry.
I'm trying to understand. Look, my man, Sugar Daddy. I need a butt plug shirt with the initials Jerry Jones on it. What's up with the butt plugs?
I don't know.
We going for the glory holes.
You Cowboy fans are losing it, man.
We should
thank you for super chat. Goes, I'm changing my license to organ donor so I can help Jerry Jones live forever. Go Birds. Hey, Mark, I feel for you, buddy. All kidding aside. I feel for you, too. I really think the Eagles and the Cowboys, in some weird dimensional change, have changed positions. Like, this is the kind of stuff that used to happen to the Eagles. They let Reggie White go. They let Seth Joyner go. Clyde. They let these guys all go. Eric Allen. And they don't want to pay him the money. And Dallas would bring in Charles Haley, Deion Sanders. They bring everybody in.
That's what we used to do. And Jerry Jones lost.
Yeah, but it's like something happened in reality, and like we switched spots. Now we go out and sign everybody. We bring the guys in, and you don't pay them. It's the weirdest thing. It's like I feel like the Cowboys are the Eagles of the 90s. I really do. Like I really feel like you guys are. It's strange.
What doesn't make okay, I'm sorry. Here's what doesn't make sense. The Green Bay Packers literally broke the Cowboys. That game literally was just that bad. That Jerry Jones literally loses his mind. Okay? And I understand that because you went into the playoffs and said, hey, we're in the number 2 seed. We're playing against, the Green Bay Packers. We're going to blow them out. We're going to go to the divisional round and everything else. And everything went wrong. I get that. But why the fuck do you then turn around? I'm sorry, Dad. Forgive me. I don't mean to cuss, but please forgive me because today is a day of all days to cuss. Why do you turn around and then trade your best player to the team that mollywopped you and literally screwed you over?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's strange. Clark, thank you for super chat. He goes, I just bet the Eagles big time and win any over. Yeah, the Eagles everybody's going to start betting the Eagles.
So let me ask you there,
no
Philly.
doubt.
Philly, I am hurting right now. I'm going to be real with you. I'm actually going to give you, because I'm drunk, okay, and I am drunk as shit right now because I've drank about half that bottle of Ron Zapia, okay? I have been going through a lot of personal stuff, losing my dad, losing my father-in-law and things has been really, really rough on me. And like last night being on the live stream, it was like I was questioning. My wife has got some back issues and things, and she was not doing well, and I had to help her and stuff. And I begin to question spending my time with the Dallas Cowboys and all the time that I do, that, I'm 60 years old. I don't know that I'm going to live as long as Jerry Jones, that I've got a lot of dirt that's behind me, that I don't know how much I have in front of me. And questioning giving my time and my effort to a team that does not care about winning. I'm curious, do you feel any sympathy for me being a Cowboy fan? Or do you just want to say, fuck them Cowboys, because all those years in the past where you were in our position, I just want to make you suffer. That's what I want to know.
Well, the thing is like in terms of the Cowboys organization, I love watching this. I love watching them suffer. But I do feel for you because I've been through it. Like to me, like you guys are like what I went through with Reggie and all those years. I feel like you guys are going through it now, and I do feel, and it's not you personally, but I do feel like it's karma because I put up with a lot of Cowboy stuff in the '90s, a lot of Cowboy stuff. So it's like it's great revenge. But to be honest with you, like from a selfish standpoint of our channels. I don't want you to be. It's better for the channel. It's better for streaming. It's better when teams are competitive and the fans are engaged because they think they have a chance. So, like, if you take last year's Cowboys-Eagles stream at the end of the year, there was not as many people in the stream because Cowboy fans are checked out.
God, last year was hard.
That's the part that I don't like, because if you're a playoff team, if you're a contender, it's almost better for the channel to have all that build up, to be talking shit, to get in there and then to play. So that part I don't like about it, because I feel like you guys are going down the tubes. I think you're going to get. I don't think you've bottomed out yet, is what I'm saying.
I have to agree with you on that one. And in some regard, when I think about before this became you and me, was growing up with my dad. I tried to tell that to Pizza last night. He's like, you're a loser being a Cowboy fan, and understanding that I became a Cowboy fan because I wanted to be like my dad, who passed away back in March. And back in those days, it was Cowboys versus Washington. And it wasn't about the publicity like it is now. Jerry Jones wins the battle because of the stupid moves that he makes and the ineptitude of basically letting down the fans. It used to be that people watched the Cowboys because they were looking at excellence on the field. And I'm getting all the name where I actually started on. Now you're looking at the train wreck or the car accident for the Cowboys. You're not looking at a team that was just good and that was winning. And back in the days, it was great because when the Cowboys played Washington, it was literally electric. I grew up in Washington, D.C., out in the suburbs. Right. But when you had Washington Cowboy Week, it was literally electric in the air going up to the game. And if the Cowboys won, it was literally like depression in Washington, because it was actually about a game about winning and stuff. Jerry Jones has actually built a thing where it's all about the hype and about the craziness. The whole thing of this whole summer about Micah Parsons and getting the contract and whether or not he's going to be traded, it has nothing to do with actually playing on the field. It has nothing about being excellent as a team and so on. We are not a better team because now we traded Mike Parsons. Some people are like, oh, yeah, we got 2 number ones. You have the casual fan out there that thinks, oh, yeah, well, we got 2 number ones. We're going to trade those. How many picks did you trade to move up to get Carson Wentz? Because you traded with Tampa Bay first, and then I think you traded with Cleveland.
Yeah, we traded a bunch of picks. I think it was 3 total of, I want to say total of like 3-1,
right.
Maybe.
And to take a chance on a guy that was really good for 1 year, that's a major gamble. You took a known commodity that instead of saying, we've got a great pass rusher, how can we, maximize that and help him? You just said, screw him. We're going to be better off without him. This is last year, Jerry Jones saying, we're going to be better off with less. We're going to do more with less. Forgive me. I'm drunk as shit.
No, okay. I hear you.
Okay. Trust me. This is literally Rome falling right now, which has been falling since, for the last 30 years. This is just another iteration of Jerry Jones screwing over the Dallas Cowboys. And the worst part about this is Jerry Jones has been a hamstring for the team. You can look at it and say Mike McCarthy was, a goober as a coach. But the fact that he was able to win 12 games 5 years in a row, when you get rid of your best wide receiver, Amari Cooper, your number 3 wide receiver in Amari Cooper, and Cedric Wilson, and you end up signing Michael Gallup, who's on one leg. The fact that you were able to still win 12 games actually says that Mike McCarthy might have been a better coach than what people thought, because he's working under Jerry Jones, who does not have a clue on how you actually run a team, who's trying to prove that he does since Jimmy Johnson. You let go of a guy who maybe if you had kept, maybe you win 4 Super Bowls, maybe you win 5 Super Bowls with that guy. You literally said, I want the credit, and I'm going to fuck up the team to do it. And that's where we are. And I'm drunk as shit.
Well,
I'm not minding
I can
it
tell
at
you,
all.
I think Eagle fans could respect you on this. You are a Cowboy fan because of your dad. It was passed on to you. Most Eagle fans come from a family of Eagle fans. and it's passed down.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a family heirloom, the Eagles. And so I can respect that about you, and I can respect that about you.
Baby.
And I think Eagle fans do too. By the way, Mark, they keep showing on NFL Network. On NFL Network, they keep showing the.
They keep showing what on NFL Network?
They keep showing the Cowboys look like they're getting ready to have a press conference.
Mm-hmm.
They keep showing the microphones and up, so we'll see. Curtis Bryant, David Super Chat goes, didn't Micah say he wanted to be a cowgirl for life?
He did, but Jerry Jones fucked that up. Let me say from Chris, shout out to Chris, who's an Eagle fan. Mark, coming from an Eagle fan, I respect you for taking all the trollings, bro. And our fan base isn't exactly the mean as we like to have fun because we suck for a long time. It's all in fun. And I will say, I was actually at the draft in Philadelphia, and that was actually one of the best drafts I went to. It was actually way better than the draft in Dallas. And it was funny because I walked out of the hotel room, right? I'm wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey because I'm going to promote my team. And I had a bunch of Eagle fans that came up and said, fuck you and the Cowboys. Excuse me, Dad, right? And I was like, damn, okay, I'm about to get beat down. They said, listen, man, it's nothing personal. It's what we do. Okay, it's what we do. So welcome to Philadelphia and have a good time. And I was like, damn, that's crazy shit. And I will say, I have a love-hate relationship with Eagle fans and stuff. And as bad as it is going on the Dan Cilio show, I kind of enjoy it and look forward to it. And I feel a certain kind of way when he doesn't send me a message in the morning to say, hey, brother, you got time today? And it's like, what, you don't want me anymore, bitch? Okay, what the fuck?
I know you text me. Did Dan text you? I'm like, no. Like, what the hell? I know, that's hilarious. Doobie David Super Chat goes, Mark Holmes just said 10 minutes of nothing. The Jacksonville Cowboys stink. Fly, Eagles, fly. Whew.
Okay. And Eagle
Pit rounder.
You know what, Eagle fans, you deserve this. And for those out here, because I've got a lot of Eagle fans that are watching right now that don't know jack about Mark Holmes and everything else in the Jobu Sports Report. But I'm going to actually honestly say that I actually felt good for you guys when you finally won your first Super Bowl, because I literally was there in the house, okay? And meeting this couple that was literally, I told you guys this last night, that was literally like 5 feet away from me, that have been, season ticket holders since 1973. 1973. I want you to understand, I was in second grade, okay? To have gone through all of the years that the Eagles have been, shit, okay? I'm sorry, I don't mean to put it that way, but literally going through shit, okay? Going through all of the ups and downs, mostly downs, that you had, to finally see them in the Super Bowl and to watch them see them win their very first Super Bowl is something that I will take to my grave, because I was like, I feel good for these people. I actually felt good for them to see this. But, old people that are kind of like slobbing all over each other kind of got kind of nasty there. It's like, okay, take it back to your hotel room because I don't want to see you guys doing that shit.
No, I hear you.
And mind you, make sure you hit the like button for Philly 500, because this is a rarity, because you see Mark Holmes drunk as shit because the Cowboys suck ass.
On here, yes. Thank you for the super chat, Pit Rounder. He says, just because Mark is a nice guy doesn't mean he shouldn't be trashed for all his terrible takes in the past year. Hey, look, I go after Mark when I disagree with him about his takes all the time, but it's never personal,
Listen,
Keith Williams.
It's about being, Philly 500 is a homer. I'm a homer. We always want to shade everything to where we feel good about our team, okay? He felt great about the CJ. No, actually, you didn't feel great about the CJ Gardner trade, did you?
No.
And Kenny Green. No. And then it blows up in your face. But Philly, every time the Eagles trade for somebody, oh my God, this is the greatest thing. Howie Vision, they're doing great things. And then it ends up being pretty good. Some trash.
It's usually pretty good, though. I mean, we've been to the Super Bowl, 2 of the last 3 years. They couldn't have been that bad, right? I mean, Keith Williams, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, this reminds me of Saquon's situation. The man said he wanted to be a Cowboy for life. Why not pay the man? Dak's the leader of a team, never spoke up for his dude. Dak got paid and Parsons got played. Hey, that's an interesting question. Did Dak speak up? Because I remember T.O., when he wanted a new contract, one of the big resentments he had in Philly was that Donovan did not speak up for him about a new contract. What did Dak ever say about Parsons getting paid?
When the whole thing came up and Micah Parsons asked for a trade, he said, "Oh shit." He literally said, "Oh shit, oh shit." Now Dak, I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I bet you that most Cowboy players right now are in a state of shock and can't believe that this actually happened. Because I think most Cowboy players realize this is just how it is. Just wait it out. Jerry Jones will cave and he'll pay you. You know, it was the season opener for Dak Prescott. When he got paid, it was the 26th of August when Micah got paid. CeeDee Lamb got paid. You know, it was 4 days before the season started when Zeke Elliott. This is just Jerry. You mean Jerry? I think right now everybody, as far as Cowboy player, is like, what the fuck? You mean we actually traded him? I think that's the reaction because I think everybody's in a state of shock right now. Mark ain't BSing about Skins Dallas week. Family's been a season ticket holder since Griffith Stadium. Nothing was better than Dallas versus Washington RFK and stands. That's honestly, shout out to you, Chris Dooley. Chris Dooley, who was on with us last night. Make sure you put the link in here, and I'll try and see if I can see it because I'm drunk and it's kind of like everything's like, what? Where is it? No. But Chris Dooley, shout out to you, buddy. But seriously,
hey Mark,
I don't know what it's like.
Press conference. Dallas is doing a press conference soon. I just want to let you know.
I've got it. I've got it sitting here. Where here's what pisses me off about the Cowboys. Right? Listen to this. You hear that? Go Cowboys! Go Cowboys! Fuck you! Fuck you, Cowboys! Fuck you to holy hell! I don't want to hear your fucking sorry ass music. Get to the damn press conference. Okay.
Oh, these clips are great.
Okay.
Legend Killer Davis, to be honest, I think it's smart because you get 2 first-rounders, great defensive tackle. They don't have to eat all that money. They can even trade a first for a running back offensive lineman or a
they're going to be late-round, first-round picks. Do you understand how hard it is to find a fucking Micah Parsons in the draft? That's a guy that comes along like once every 3 or 4 years. Oh, you got 2 first-round picks. Are you stupid or what? Are you stupid?
Keith Williams, thank you for the super chat. Oh, and go Birds. Mark, you're giving me a lot of new material for
use it, please. Intros. Use it. Make fun of me. Make fun of the Dallas Cowboy Nation so I never forget how fucking stupid we are.
I will. Comrade Coop, thank you for the super chat. Dallas will be in 3rd or 4th place for about 5 years. I don't know. I'm really curious to see what the players are going to say, how they react to game 1 without Micah. It's going to be interesting. Curtis Bryant, thank you for the super chat. Tell Mark to call his buddy Uncle Terrence.
Jerry Jones has become Al Davis. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, tell me I'm wrong. He is Al Davis. I agree. Smoking Cigars, thank you for the super chat. Just to me, it's the timing that's the craziest part of this whole thing.
A week before the Eagles, literally, bro. What time is it? It's 7:40. We are 7 days and 30 minutes away from kicking off against you guys, and here we are talking about trading Micah Parsons. How stupid is this?
Doobie David Super Chat goes, Mark, you're making me sick. Stop taking away my joy. Doobie says.
Why am I taking away your joy?
I don't know. Keith Williams, man, thank you for the super chat, man. Very generous of you. This reminds me of the Saquon situation. The man said he wanted to be a Cowboy for life. Why not pay the man? Dak, the leader of the team, never spoke up for his dude. Dak got paid, and Parsons got played. Go Birds. See, that I do wonder.
It's funny how Dak Prescott gets blamed for everything. It's Dak Prescott's fault that Micah Parsons didn't get paid. It's a geriatric old mother humper in here that doesn't know his head from his ass that says, hey, I've paid a lot of people and they got injured. Man, get out of here, Jerry. You should not be the GM. I hope your fan base is enjoying this and they hit the like button, okay? Because this is a rarity. I may literally after this just disappear. I may decide to just say the hell with YouTube because it's just too much, man. It's too much to take this kind of abuse over and over and over again. I have literally lived and died the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm just a meme now. Just a meme. Drinking good rum. You know what, Joe Boo? Fuck you, Joe Boo.
Joe Boo. Cheated member for 25 months. Thank you so much. He goes, Kenny Clark's stats dove down. It's a confusing add-on. Man, it's crazy. Clark Davis Super Chat goes, this just said the Cowboys have been eliminated, right? Master Eagle, thank you for Super Chat. Literally. Yes. I think you say literally a lot.
I do say literally.
Beans of Bacon. Member for 22
and very
months.
Interesting. This is very interesting. Literally, this is very interesting. Okay, right. I got to say, here's the funniest thing there, Philly. I get a lot of, because you mentioned this and Pizzle Pinches and you do 15 videos a day. It's like, kind of like, how do you know I do 15 videos a day? Is that because you guys watch 15 videos a day? I appreciate the views. I have to say, I do appreciate the views. I will laugh all the way to the bank. So thank you very much. Okay. And if you are enjoying this right now on Philly 500's channel, exclusively on Philly 500's channel, Mark Holmes drunk and melting down because the Cowboys suck ass. And that Jerry Jones is literally making us all his glory hole, then hit the like button for Philly 500.
Hit that like. Josh Brown, David Super J. Jerry said, how can we top Kelsey and Swift? Is that what he was worried about?
I think that's what he's doing. We got to get back on the press here. What can we do? Well, let's trade Micah to the last place that I think we trade him to. Let's trade him to Green Bay. That'll get us on top of everything, and that'll end up paying dividends when we take on the Green Bay. Excuse me, it's not Green Bay, it's Philadelphia on the season opener. I'm so damn dementia. I don't even know who the hell we're playing, but as long as they're watching, I don't give a rat's ass.
I love that you guys play week 4 on Sunday Night Football. I love that you play week 4. Oh, that's going to be beautiful. Comrade,
by the way, I can show respect to Joe Gibbs.
Hey, Mark, how about them Cowboys? Comrade Coop says.
Shout out to Monique, who's a Commander fan. The team members don't seem happy about it. Oh, hell no. The Cowboy players are like, what the fuck, Jerry? What the fuck? So the question will this be like Major League, where it's kind of like, fuck you, Jerry. We're going to coalesce together and become a team.
You're going to have to get us a Jerry Jones statue thing and peel off clothes, piece of clothing every time you guys win.
Philly.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember. I can't believe we're this like this ever happened.
We didn't just give away Micah Parsons for AMC.
Bubba says, "Hey Mark, I thought this was all a publicity stunt, and Jerry and Micah both were in on it. What happened, Mark?" He talked about that earlier. He said he believed that. He really thought so. Oh, man.
You know how much I hate the Cowboys? You want to know how much I hate the Cowboys? Listen to this shit. Oh, here it is. Here's fucking Jerry Jones. Fucking hate you. Jerry Jones, I hate your ass. I hate you, you son of a bitch.
Calvin, you want to start us off?
Is he talking now?
He's talking to fucking Jerry Jones. You're a piece of shit.
Did you need to go broadcast? Do you want to go and broadcast?
We can listen to it together if you want. Can you hear it?
Am I going to get? But am I going to get whatchamacallit?
No, you won't.
It was in the best interest.
Anthony Perry,
trading Micah Parsons was in the best interest.
Not only the future, but
Mark, I can't even troll you today. It must be hell knowing Jerry is your owner. Yeah, it's hard to troll you today. That's true because there's not much we.
Hold on, Philly.
We've gained a Pro Bowl player in an area
I don't hear nothing.
we had big concerns.
You don't hear anything? Okay.
Concerns in.
We gained a Pro Bowl player.
Defense.
Give me my bottle.
Let me be.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Beyond your question.
It's in our best
Why
interest.
does it say
First of
begin?
all, I want to tell you that I really like Micah.
The press coverage.
I really like Micah.
I appreciate the 4 years that we've had him here. And,
Jerry, you're full of shit.
He's a great player. And so we are very appreciative of the fact that he's a great player.
Let me see. Oh yeah, I see Jerry. Look at him. Look at Stephen Jones.
And so we all know that to have
ADW, the beat member for 5 months. Is there a player that Howie should go get now?
But this was
you could go Trevon Walker with Jags if they're really trying to trade him.
Make Mike an offer.
He'd be cheaper than what Dallas got.
It wasn't
Jerry Jones, you fucked it up.
and I honor the fact that it wasn't done in the way that he wanted to do it.
He made Mike an offer.
So he was made an offer. There's not an ounce of vindictiveness. There's no bad feelings on my part about the fact that we didn't come together on an agreement.
There's no.
Oh boy, your boy, man.
He's a piece of shit.
Your questions, but the facts are.
He said he tried. Anthony Perry, thank you for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you so much, man. That's very generous of you. He goes, this is a celebration, John, for you 500. It is a great day. It is a great day. As an Eagle fan, it is a great, great day. Thank you so much. Though we're going to have to deal with Green Bay, but that's a whole nother thing. All right.
Then the way to mitigate that pass rush is to run at you.
If I can find you.
If the pass rush doesn't get you ahead, pretty big.
Jerry Jones, long live Jerry Jones. So Jerry's speaking right now for those that don't know.
Then you've really got
he's on NFL Network.
The run. And so we have felt as we.
He's basically saying if you're behind, the pass rush doesn't really help you.
Coach, I'm proud of it, Brian.
Break it. Jerry Jones is packaging both first-round picks to Jolly Green Giant for a can of Magic Peaches, right?
I can't mute him. I can't mute him.
He was just saying, no, we can't stop. Basically, he just said we can't stop the run. And if you're behind,
over 1/3 of those,
and you're not rushing the passer, so that's his excuse for trading him. Jerry's an idiot. He does. I mean, he sounds worse. He sounds like Biden.
Owns, and when you look in the mirror,
Eagle fans think they're about to get an easy win September 4th. Huge upset. Giants guy. Of course, we're about to win easily. We're going to win easily regardless. But I mean, are the Cowboys players? Where are they at? Where's that locker room at? Are they in shambles? That's what I want to know.
Unfortunately, I can't mute Philly 500.
And the players
make himself sound dumber.
That can help us stop the run. And
they could have traded at least Parsons for a top 3.
A lot of capital.
Bad team. Yeah, right.
To build.
Oh, well, listen. I'm going to take a second, real quick, guys. While I'm here, we're talking.
Many players.
I do want
to play in the NFL.
I do want to talk about this.
11
Hold
on
on.
The field at the same
Let me
time.
find it.
It takes a minimum of 30 or 40 at minimum.
Where did it go?
Have both defense and offense, not including players.
All right, I want to talk about this real quick with you guys.
So it takes
while Marcus got me on mute.
And so you do have to allocate.
Here we go. The Eagles did acquire a cornerback, Ambry Thomas. Sources from Jordan Schultz said the Eagles are signing former 49ers
Philly, can you mute me?
To their practice squad. Still just 25 years old. The former third-round pick out of Michigan now gets a fresh start in Philly. So they get him, put him on practice squad. Let's see what they can do to develop him. I really like what the Eagles have done, for the most part, this week in depth. The Marcus Epps thing, I think it's a depth piece. Nothing.
Okay, I'm going to delete. I'm going to exit out Philly 500 and go back to the Cowboys. Whew, press conference. Okay, let me try to. I'm drunk as shit. The people understand. I'm drunk as shit. I've literally been drinking my ass off. Dallas Cowboys. Where are we, Jerry? Jerry, you piece of shit. You've got me literally drinking.
If we could get it, the kind of interest that we got in making a trade for Mike, He was an asset that we got 4 great years out of. But when you are talking about making a contract the kind that he got and for the future, that's quite a commitment. And none of that counts about what he did those first
Jerry Jones
years.
sucked my ass.
It all goes against what he can do for you in the future, the length of that contract and maybe more. Well, then you've got to really weigh how many players. And I'm just going to give you this. Not only do we immediately get a player, but those draft picks could get us, I'm talking top Pro Bowl type players, could, but
doesn't mean it will.
You don't necessarily get those players. You got to draft them or acquire them. But they could get us as few as 3 or as many as 5 outstanding players. Now, not only do they contribute in a game that needs a lot of players on the field, not to be elementary, but they also give you better odds that they're going to be a high percentage of those are going to be available, just from the standpoint of attrition or from the standpoint of just sheer limit on how far one player can go. Very few players are Dion playing 100 plays a game out there at the time. So this trade was not just thought about today.
Oh, just
This
not
trade
today.
has been
Fuck
going
you,
on
Jerry.
in our minds and our strategies and being talked about.
Yeah, you're right. He looks like a
It's
dude
been
from the end
going
of Total
on,
Recall.
All spring.
The guy that comes out
It
of the
culminated
chest.
today, and it came quick, but that's the way things go. It does.
Nobody trades the Pro Bowl
But you've laid
all
a
pro
lot of water.
a week
You've laid
before
a
the
lot of
season
things
starts.
out there on the water to make it happen. I want to be sure that our fans understand. I think a lot of Micah. And I wish
you,
him
Jerry.
so much success.
Fuck you to holy
have
hell.
Success when they play the Cowboys as much as I do want him to have overall success. But Micah Parsons did an outstanding job for us for 4 years. And a little bit of the way Herschel Walker may have had his greatest contribution to the Cowboys.
Shit. No, you're not.
What he brought to us when he left could be a tremendous thing for our fans and the success of this team. Kenny Clark, we really knew beginning this spring that if we could pick up a top interior defensive lineman just to offset not having a pass rusher, even though it's Micah, but where we're strong is in our pass rushing depth. And we knew if we could get an interior lineman, that was at least something that
He's trying to
would
sell some
improve
bullshit
right
to you
there
guys.
on a top interior lineman. He comes in strong for us.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to tell us that this interior
And
defensive
so we're
lineman
glad to have him.
is
It was
as
a
good as
prerequisite.
Micah. Okay.
We went down the teams, and we only picked teams that had room on their cap that could pay Micah, and we only picked
Selling
teams
you
that
some
had
more
top
bullshit.
tackles, interior tackles, that we wanted to have any dialogue with at all about a trade. That was the criteria of trading. Top existing tackle that could come in here and play for us right now, this year, and offset the fact to whatever degree, more or less, that we don't have that excellence that Michael Parsons has there, but we do have the depth to come in here and do that. And then if we could get the picks that we ultimately getting, and we did have several teams that we might have had an opportunity to do something with. We did have that.
You feel like you're being
And
sold
so,
bullshit.
This was no instantaneous happening this afternoon over about a 5-minute period. The other thing that I would like to say is I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring, Micah, and paid him, and to pay him. At that time, I was
Sell the bullshit,
battling
Jerry.
and knew that the other alternative probably was. I had no idea of what we might be able to get. But I knew that it was very likely to be several players that we could use those resources for all the way, draft picks as well as cap space. And so that was on our mind. The minute that we saw that we were quite possibly were going to have an issue about whether or not we
spend
could do
this
a
shit, Jerry,
contract or not. That gave us time. That gave us imagineering. That coupled with bringing in a new coach and bringing in a new staff, we felt it fit for us to have more players, more excellent players, if we do a good job of acquiring those players, plus have a team this year that would give us a better chance, dare I say that? But absolutely, it's not a zero
I'll zoom
that
back
we're dealing
in with
with
you.
as far as how much
Jerry
better
Jones
that we are trying to be, even not having Micah.
Okay.
I've got several other things that I could answer a question with, but I'll stop and just let you ask questions.
The only other thing, you did an amazing job of covering it.
Oh, you did an amazing job in covering it.
But because we have thought about this a lot. But the other thing came into play big was between Coach Schottenheimer and Coach Eberflus and talking about the defense and obviously getting a player like Kenny Clark is we also feel like in addition to the depth is you can scheme pressure as well. And I think Coach Eberflus has been really good at that in terms of using scheme to get pressure on the quarterback. But what's tough to scheme is to stop the run.
The other thing that I want to say is we not only gives us 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years, we not only do that, nothing says we can't use some of those picks right now to go get somebody right now. Don't rule that out.
You say to your fan base that looks at this and says they're rebuilding right now?
Well, again, we've certainly got a new coaching staff. And a third of all the players are new.
Yeah.
And so obviously there is freshness. We'll use the word new on that basis. But we have the highest paid player in the NFL at quarterback.
Oh, here
and
we
go.
go.
We made that commitment last year, and we're proud we made it. It had everything to do with this decision. Mm-hmm. Everything. It is give us every opportunity with Dak Prescott and Lamb and the base we got to win now. And so all you need to do, this would, I'm not so sure this would have been results had we not had Dak. But the fact that we have Dak, we need to stop the run. Yeah. We really do. We need to get the ball back.
Well, that's why it was so important when you say that is Kenny Clark was a big part of this. And that was a part of winning right now. And we feel like when you look at, the frustration is we hadn't been able to win the big game in the playoffs, and we think it is a direct connection to not being able to stop the run. And we think Kenny Clark's going to be a big piece to that. And we felt like because of our depth on the edge, as well as the ability to be able to scheme pressure, that we could make up for Micah because obviously he's elite at rushing the passer, that we could make up for that. And then in addition to it, as Jerry said so well, is we do now have 2 1s in each draft over the next 2 years, and nothing says we can't use one of those to improve the team this year, which we wouldn't rule out this year.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Can you, from a timeline standpoint, when did you start negotiating with Green Bay, and when did you give them permission to talk to Mugaleta about a contract?
Yeah, we're not. I'm not going to get into time frames at all, but we didn't have a deal until this afternoon. I'll tell you, I can say that much. The rest of it, it'd be hard to not characterize the dialogue to pick this call, this time, this time. We talked to Green Bay more than once, more than twice, several times, and that's been, frankly, over the last several days. But it came to a head as far as acting on it. Remember, there were 3 people that had to, or 3 people, there were 3 entities. First of all, Micah had to have a contract with them that was satisfactory. They had to agree to the contract, and then we had to agree to the trade. And so it'd be real inaccurate to just on our part say what our time frame was without knowing theirs. But I will say that certainly it was probably still up in the air this morning when they went to practice. Kenny practiced out there with them today, and so you might say that it was technically up in the air this morning. Make no mistake about it, what wasn't up in the air was our consideration as a complete organization, that if we could get this done with our terms, we would make the trade. And that was a complete unanimity in the decision making.
When did you give them permission to negotiate, though?
I'm not. I don't know that I want to.
Okay. According to them, they came to you and asked about doing a deal or trying to get something done, and you said play on the 5th year.
Excuse me.
Did you tell them to play on the 5th year, or if you want to stay here?
Who is they and we?
Parsons and Mugaleta. Did you tell them to play on the 5th year?
That they wanted to play on the 5th year?
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. They came to you as recently as this week or recently and tried to jumpstart negotiations.
Yeah,
you said play on the 5th year.
We had some dialogue. I'm not going to get into specifics because I don't think that characterizes it. But it was not in any way out of the order or anything like that. But basically, I think I've read where they said that I replied, we're playing under the contract as it exists right now.
We are a joke,
ready
guys.
to play Philadelphia. Correct.
Okay.
That was correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Todd.
Jerry, Todd Archer with ESPN. If you were willing to guarantee the highest amount of money for a non-quarterback back in March, but you're also open to possibly making a trade, why not do more or look at it more before the draft, where you would be able to gather those at least a player or picks?
Why you go ahead and messing it up right
I'm
now?
Sorry. I think your question is a question about my volition or about what I'm thinking. Is that correct?
I'm just wondering why this wasn't something that could have been done before the draft. To maybe you would
Jerry, you look stupid.
Gather draft picks that you could have used in April to help the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'll speculate with you because I haven't gone that deep into my thinking about why I didn't do it and when I should have done it and all that. Really, I'm not, and I'm not trying to be
Stephen
cute.
Jones looks kind of like, I don't want to be here.
When I offered Micah the contract that I offered him back in April, he flew in from out of the country, wanted to come right in. I said, no, get you a night's sleep and come on in the next day. Get you the next day. He wanted to come right in. When I did that, we offered him a contract to come play for the Dallas Cowboys, and it was a good one, okay? Now, it was more guaranteed than what I've been reported that was here now. But my point is, without getting into detail, that was a very genuine negotiation. And I changed the amounts. And then we left, and then he called back and talked to Stephen. Stephen negotiated amounts. We changed those amounts that he called back from. And then, of course, the rest is history. When the time came to say, let's go, then he said, well, let's start the negotiation. And again, nothing in the world am I criticizing Micah about at all. That was every bit his right. And Micah's never been anything but so pleasant for me to be around. I want to be real clear about it, not that it implies that it's not. Things are good here. Things are good here. We have just decided that it was in the best interest of our team to take the consideration that we have. We appreciate his 4 years. But we can take that consideration and we can win in our minds more than had we gone the other route and signed him. That's not a negative on Micah. That's just unique to our circumstances.
Were there any trade discussions prior to the draft regarding Micah?
Trade discussions with who?
With other teams regarding
No,
Micah?
no.
So
No.
could you have done something then?
We had them. We had them, but we didn't have them with anybody else.
The draft's in April, by the way, when we were talking to Micah personally.
Right, it was at the end of the month. This was at the beginning of the
I
month.
got you. But
Oh, you mean a day earlier or what? Shit, come on, man. Come on. No, I'm not frustrated with that.
John McShorter with The Athletic. Jerry, this is just making a move like this isn't something that you normally do. You don't usually move away from star players in their prime. Why is this different right now?
As a matter of fact, I've been criticized for staying with players too long, the ones that have had, if you will, a relationship, a working together relationship. I had that kind of relationship with Micah. Like I said, I sat with him at a couple of one Super Bowl for sure, and I'm out here and knew his family. Had a hour and a half visit with his mother during the whole first half last weekend, sitting there with me watching the game, up in the box, up in the suite, where we watched the game. And so my point is, there's none of that here. Feel that very good about it. In our judgment, this gives us a better chance to be a better team than we have been the last several years since Micah's been here. Not any negative on Micah, but we're trying to get better. We're trying to stop the run and stay in the hunt.
Did it bother you at all with the way maybe he carried himself, the laying on the training table during the game, and some of those things like that?
Oh, that's not. That is not. I didn't see it. I saw pictures of that, but those aren't ways that you
make decisions.
That you handle being a player and a team concept and the sharpness and paying attention. First of all, ask our Booker, and you can get your butt run over down there if you don't look at what's going on out on the field. We like lost Booker because of it Sunday or Thursday.
Nick Harris, former Star Telegram. Jerry, you had said a couple weeks ago in an interview with Stephen A. that you were never considering trading Micah Parsons. Was that a tactic at the moment, or did your tune eventually change in the last couple of weeks?
Do you really think if I wanted someone to be interested in him that I would say, oh, I'm going to trade him? It's the opposite. It's the opposite, of course. And I thank you for writing it. I really do.
You had said that it was a unanimous decision to make this deal today.
Yes.
Who was involved in that process?
The entire coaching and the representatives of the entire coaching, as well as our entire front office, everyone that is involved that has an interest in going forward that we counsel with. And as I've told you many times, contrary to maybe something that's written sometimes or what, I really do get huge input and dialogue and opinions from everybody in our organization, and this was unanimous.
Was the leadership council of the players part of that talk?
People that were on it were certainly had commented at points informally because of the fact that we were around the training camp, and we got members that were at training camp that are on that council.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Jerry said back in, I think it was April, that one of the things you were looking for from Micah before an extension was leadership. Did you see him take those kinds of steps for you, and was that part of the decision to ultimately trade him?
I wanted an elevation because he was going to be elevated to an elite status relative to financial, the percent of the cap that he got relative to all the players. And I really believe strongly that when you have that, then you have an added responsibility to show leadership for the whole team when you're one of the 6 or 7 that are getting 2/3 of the money.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Athletes First represents a good chunk of your Cowboys players, including Tyler Smith. David Mulligetta represents George Pickens, who's on your team. Do you wonder if maybe the interactions you had or didn't have with David Mulligetta might have some ramifications in terms of negotiations down the road?
From everything I've heard from people that know him, he's not that fragile. And let me tell you something, you can't do this stuff, you can't do business like this and be around this and be fragile. I'm not. It still doesn't mean you can't get mad or you can't get away, but still, I would think that with his background and what have you, he's very professional and is very willing to keep his eye on the ball and not get caught up in a lot of the other emotion or things that go on. Now, make no mistake about it. Negotiations, and it's not just player. And as a matter of fact, I would like to make this comment. These are young guys, relatively speaking to this guy. These are young guys, and they haven't had times when these their skills and their being of what they're contributing is measured up by some kind of negotiation over money. Now, anybody that doesn't understand that doesn't understand human beings. We all get flare over that. I'm 82. I flare over it today. That's part of that goes with it. And to understand that is, frankly, not necessarily you're learning when you're negotiating at the level Micah or his agents are, but certainly on down the line earlier, that's a big part of evolving. That's why third-year linemen sometimes are better and show up when they didn't show up in the first year. People evolve. I look at it that way. Who was it? Stephen A. Stephen A. said, Jerry said, you should have more grace. You should be a little more sensitive. These are young guys, and you've been down that pike a lot and have it. What Stephen A. got back from me was I've had more grace than any human I know of. I've had more grace. Forgiveness is just to say okay. Grace is when okay, plus they give you a lift. That's grace. You all know that. So having said that, I believe that in our players. And I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have a big feeling for our players and, frankly, our coaches. And so there's never been a case where I ever, past a nanosecond, had a bad feeling after we're through with negotiations and we're trying to sit down and go forward with what we said we would do, and that's play together. You guys give me a great opportunity to communicate, and I'm not the first one. You've had coaches tell you they communicate with their players through the people in this room. And so you guys give us a great forum to express ourselves in a way. And our fans, if I thought that it was sensitive to fans, then that'd be a different story too. I don't. I think it's another little nuance of being involved in our game. Thank you guys for involving them in these nuances. That's why we did draft room cameras. That's why we did all that. So, boy, I believe in the process and the discussion of the process and the questions you have about it.
You mentioned looking in the mirror. Do you think you still plan to continue your player-first negotiation tactic that you used with Micah here, where you wanted to negotiate with him directly?
Oh, I don't think there's any question. Once you are together, I've had hundreds of times and incidences where, literally hundreds over the last 35 years, of where the kinds of relationship that I have with a player and the things we do, and that goes both ways, goes them and me, because those players that were 25 grew up to be 55. And we're still talking, baby. And we have relationships that's a natural thing to happen when you work together during times that bond you. And so I feel that way about it. That's why I'm here, frankly. It's my main reason for being here. So those things that go over those years are treasures with those guys. Their attorney or their agent isn't necessarily anywhere to be found 10 years later. Not only that, sometimes they're not even to be found because one guy in the agency's got it handed off to another guy now. So these guys that are sitting here with your Dallas Cowboys and the people that are out here putting it on the line and going to build memories that are a part of their legacies and their families for years and years, then you can't do that through an agency. I mean, through a third party. At least I can't. And so you're absolutely right. If we're going to be at that significant time, and brother, this is significant, the financial consideration, especially nowadays, and it always has been, relatively speaking. When you're doing that in a young person's life, then I want to be where I can be. I want to be in the mix there. I want to be in the, I want them to see me get mad or tear up, or see me say, God dog it, I'll do it. As old Michael Irvin told me one time, he said, Jerry said, we're just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. And I said, Michael, we were just sitting there, the two of us. And I said, Michael, there's an old West Texas town called El Paso. El Paso. And he goes, God knows, give it to me. I can't even deal with you on a basis like that. Let's go. So my point is, all that time did was last. We're still doing it 30-something years later. That stuff happens. And so I don't view it's a negative for the player either. They're going to get more out of it, I hope, than if I'm around. They'll get more out of it than just that contract.
The only other thing I'd add to that is we do have players that come in and we totally respect it, that say, I don't feel comfortable talking about my contract. I'd like you to go through my agent. And we do that respectfully. I mean, you're not required to come in and negotiate the contract yourself. All the ones we've done like that are those who request to come in and visit with Jerry or myself. That's the only ones we've done that with.
The issue here was not to switch who we were talking with. The issue here was starting over after I had really dug deep, changed, dug deep, more, dug more, handed it off to Stephen. He dug more. Now are we through? We're through. And then to say, let's start negotiation. Pretty clever if you think about it on their part. That was pretty good.
Skyler.
Skyler Dixon with BAP. This might be for both of you if you have something you want to offer. Was there any point that you felt like Micah genuinely did not want to be here anymore? And if so, when was that point?
I didn't give that a thought.
I never felt it.
But if I felt, I'm satisfied. Micah knows that I care about him, but as much as he, but more important than that, I just want you to know, I didn't give it a thought. It didn't change one thing I was doing, and I'm not trying to be anyway other than I just didn't let that stop the train from accomplishing, frankly, what we end up accomplishing today. Don't make so much out of that, well, that not talking caused this thing to be done. There's a little thing called stopping the run. There's a little thing called football team having the resources of those picks and having the resources of player we got. That had a heck of a lot more to do with it than any hiccup we might have had in April.
Socrates with The Athletic. Jerry, do you have any regrets over the process of the last few months and how things went?
I am very excited beyond any consideration of a regret, of the consideration that we got in this trade and to have the player. I'm very excited about that. It is more in keeping within my mind what's in the best interest of the Dallas Cowboys.
In terms of things that were said in the media about the agent, any things like that, is there any things that you would do differently if you were to go back?
Oh, no. No, not at all. And nothing at all in terms of regret. You mentioned, you're asking if I regret. No, I don't regret that at all. I'm very, very excited about the prospects of what we've done for the Cowboys here. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. I had total control over being able to have it the other way. So I'm excited. We got what we wanted.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Jerry, do you have any misgivings about trading a player like Micah to Green Bay, which is a team you have to go through to get to a Super Bowl, and a team that has ended your postseason 3 times in recent years?
We cut it down by 15 teams, 16 teams, in other words, there's not but 31 other teams. And so you're going to be playing half of them no matter how you cut it, so we just cut it down by that. Apart from in our same division, apart from being in the same division, I don't give that in consideration. There's just too many other things, Ed, that you have to think about or resolve or come to grips with. That was a pretty far down the line one.
Second question, you're 7 days from opening the season in Philadelphia. Is there any concern on your part about how your locker room will interpret moving on from one of the premier players in the organization?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, I like what this does.
But from a locker room point of view?
From the locker room, if you say if I'm worried about the locker room, I'm absolutely zero worried about the locker room. That's not meant to diminish anything here. I'm just not concerned at all about the locker room. It takes a lot of players to play this game. Locker room knows that we just got a lot of good players.
Done. Jeff Gold with Fox. In your interview with Michael Irvin last week, at the end of it, I don't know if you were joking or serious, but you talked about having him come bring Micah in so you guys could figure this all out. Between the conversation in the spring and today, did you at any point talk one-on-one with Micah to try and figure this out?
Did I talk to Michael?
Micah.
About, I'm sorry, I didn't get the...
You had the one-on-one meeting in the spring with Micah.
Yeah.
Between then and now, was there any point that you went to him or he came to you and you tried to figure this out man to man after that meeting?
No, but we were talking, baby. We were talking.
You're on the practice field.
That's the old deal. We had the practice field, but you're talking about the spring. You're aware of the talk we had on the practice field. But listen. Everybody knew exactly what had happened, and they completely knew our numbers. And so that's not. I've been in negotiations where not a lot was said then too, because you had given your numbers. And so there wasn't but one thing left to do, and that's increase the numbers. From their standpoint, okay, mine would have been come in. So to say that we didn't know now, to be very candid with you, there is a litany of detail that the agent, as well as our office, would have gone over with that agent of detail. But the big ones, the years, the amount, how it's paid, that type of thing, we had discussed. I get it, and I think everyone does get it too. They wanted to go where I stopped, and they wanted to go from there. Is that hard for anybody to see? That's where they wanted to start. That's where I stopped. Now, all you could do is pick up the phone and say that to each other.
You talked many times about your relationship with Micah being unusual in some ways, that he would socialize. We talked about the Super Bowl moment. Do you feel like over these months, could you feel the deterioration with that relationship?
I hadn't had a chance to watch a game with him or go to another Super Bowl. I would have to tell you after we said, let's do that. So I mean, I'm not trying to be cute at all. We have been negotiating, and we basically said, quit talking on the phone. And so we weren't talking on the phone during that time. And I probably don't have 3 people got my phone number. And he was one of them.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Jerry, Micah had 12 plus sacks in each of the last 4 years, very productive. For other Cowboys players coming up the line, they see how this negotiation with Micah went. How would you answer their question, well, gee, what do I have to do to get an extension if Micah can't get one?
Ask Dak. Highest paid man in the NFL. There's a lot of players that they could ask that have been paid down around here. I'll pay players.
So what makes this different?
Because we wanted to look and see if we could do what we did.
Pat.
That's the benefits of the trade made it different. Make no mistake about it. We all know we could have signed Micah, but we decided to go with the trade.
Hey, Jerry. Pat Doney with NBC5 here in Dallas. 1 month from today, Micah will be at AT&T Stadium playing in a Packers uniform. Have you allowed yourself to think about that, and what are you expecting that night to be like for you when he plays on Sunday Night Football against your team?
Well, I had to play Emmitt Smith when he was a Cardinal, and that made it hard. But obviously, we have to play a lot of players that we play, when I say play them, we compete on the teams that they're on after they leave the Cowboys. It's free agency. That's what happens. Micah will be problematic, very problematic. I'd suggest that we get ahead and run the ball.
Last one, Sydney.
Sydney Staples, DG10 Sports. For you, Mr. Jones, what do you have to say to the fans who may be really frustrated, upset, confused by this decision?
Well, I would like for them to look at a lot of what we've talked about here, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying here, because I want them to be interested and involved in looking at it. This was a move to get us successful in the playoffs. This was a move to be better on defense, stopping the run. This was a move to, if we get behind, not be run on. And it was a deliberate move, a well thought out move to make this happen. The other thing that I would say is that we have a chance to get a minimum of 3, and it could very easily be as many as 5. Really top players. And you got to look at 3 to 5 to 1 over who's going to help you win the most. And it was strictly that, because it's not only the draft picks that you have as currency, but is the available cap room. And we can take that available cap room that we were going to use with Micah, and we can pay 3 to 5 players with that we wouldn't have been able to pay. And it's an allocation. It's not a volition. It's an allocation of money. And so we chose to have numbers of players that we could pay handsomely, that would be those caliber of players, not young practice squad players. We're talking players that can really compete. And so for our fans, I think we're better off having those numbers of players. I think we're better off from attrition. From, as you know, this game is in many cases built around planning injury and knowing that you're going to have injury. If you have injury, you've got 5 players rather than waiting on one, not waiting, but looking at one player. You've got better odds of having, if you will, availability for it. So this gives us the best chance, and we've tried it in a way, that way. And our fans, as well as my mirror, is saying, come on, let's change something up. Let's do something a little different here. Well, how about Brian Schottenheimer? How about loading up with some resources called cap room and draft picks? And how about bringing on those kinds of changes? How about philosophically doing our defense a little different? How about bringing in some better blocking on the offensive line? We have done all of that, and this is a part of it.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
What's up, locker room? I am absolutely in a state of shock right now. What's blowing my mind is I just, less than 5 minutes ago, finished an all-day press junket for Netflix promoting America's Team, the docuseries. 5 minutes after I hang up the phone or get off the Zoom with Kay Adams podcast, on the podcast, I explicitly talked about, as a matter of fact, on every interview today, I explicitly talked about no way Jerry or the Cowboys will trade Micah Parsons. No way it's going to happen. I said I'll put everything on this. Jerry is not that crazy and not that stupid, and he's certainly not dumb. No way is he trading Micah Parsons. They just traded Micah Parsons. I don't even know what they've got back. I can't even tell you these details. I don't know. I mean, when I'm telling you, I literally just finished. And they gave me this, my phone's blowing up. Everybody's texting me. My phone is blowing up right now. This is exactly what I was scared and worried about. And I tried to say that I wanted Micah to try to take control of this, because right now, you see what has happened. This isn't about football. This was about personal emotions, and it just got to a boiling point where it was like, okay. I'm back, Mike. You think you but it hurts. This, no doubt, hurts. Yeah, I really wish that Michael would have taken control of this. I can't imagine this is what he really wanted. I just cannot imagine that he really wanted to be leaving Dallas. I don't. And when I start talking and thinking through this and looking through this and look how this has transpired, think about it. I told you the best part of this whole deal, the whole while, is that Michael and Jerry are talking. Micah and Jerry were talking. I was even optimistic that something would get done because Michael and Jerry was talking. Jerry told you right here that, about our relationship. And we always kept talking. And as he said to me, we're going to be doing business 30, 40 years later, and we are still doing business. I know he wanted that with Micah Parsons. I know he loved Micah Parsons. So in order for us to be right here, something had to go down that hurt Jerry personally to make this crazy, dumb move. The Gambler and his Cowboys is the series that is out right now. This is a gamble the gambler should not have taken. My personal opinion. The last personal thing with Jerry, that was with him and Jimmy, that got in the way, I believe, of a Super Bowl that year. There's a good chance this personal thing, this time, with Micah and his agent, I thought has a good opportunity to get in the way of it. I thought it was a Super Bowl opportunity. You add the offensive weapons to put the points on the board with George Pickens. Now you're going to need a pass rusher to get to the quarterback because they'll have to catch up, and you let Micah Parsons go. Or you traded Micah Parsons. God almighty. I am disappointed that Jerry and the Cowboys decided to trade Micah Parsons. I'm hot about that. I'm hurt for Micah Parsons that he let it get to this place. He stopped talking with Jerry and, just cut the lines of communications, I guess. And it has gotten to this. And let's be real, peeps. Let's be real. As this falls off, as fans, we lose. Because Micah, you know what Micah is. But as fans, I think we are the biggest loser, not having Micah on the Cowboys. But out of those three principals, Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones, and the agent, out of those three, Jerry Jones isn't going to lose. Everybody's going to pile in that stadium, and they'll still be an owner of the richest, most valued franchise. Won't lose a dime. The agent won't lose. He'll still go about doing the great job that he has been doing for every one of his clients. Out of these three, Micah's the loser. I know you guys are right now saying, Michael, no way. Michael, no way, Micah is a loser. And I'm with you. If he got $188 million for 4 years, guaranteeing $136 million. Those are early numbers I heard. I think all of that stuff will start coming in because this is fresh off the press. You'll say, ain't no way in the world you can say he's losing with 188 million, 136 guaranteed. I guarantee. That's so great for him, but he has so much more in store for him if he had stayed with the Dallas Cowboys. I want you guys to watch now, unfortunately, and come back and talk to me later to see if he lost $100 million in his podcast deal. I want to see the kind of attention his podcast gets now. And I'm just saying, I'm hurt for Michael because and I say he's the biggest loser because he had so much more out, not just this deal, so much more out there for him beyond this deal if he stayed with the most visible franchise in professional sports. Man, and I'm just hurt for him, man. God almighty. Think about it. Jerry said it. He said, we had a great relationship going, and then this third person comes in here and start interjecting, telling me to shove it up mine, and now Micah Parsons, no longer a Dallas Cowboy, gone to the Green Bay Packers. Massive deal, averaging $47 million a year. I don't know, what is Garrett? Man, 44, 43. So that's a massive deal. They would have been somewhere between that 44, 47. The Cowboys were going to be there. Ultimately, the Cowboys were going to get there. I just think, Jerry, emotions get in the way here in this sense. You built this offense to put points on the board, and now you just trade away the best pass rusher. When the offense puts points on the board, you're going to need a pass rusher to solidify what the offense does. You put up 30, put them in passing mode, let me get to them now. My God, you just let the pressure go. So you got an offense that's put up 30 points. But with no pressure, your defense will give up 35. Oh my God, I can't believe this, man. I've been here all day. I can't believe this. I cannot believe we just traded Micah Parsons. I told you, I know he's hurt. I could imagine he just said, I'll never play here again. He scrubbed his account of all Cowboys stuff. I guess we underestimated that because everybody does it. Everybody does it kind of as a negotiating ploy, and, a couple of days later, they're right back in, they sign the deal, and they put all that stuff right back up. God almighty. I guarantee you now, here's my problem. That weight I feel right now, that heaviness on my heart, that heaviness on all of Cowboys Nation's heart right now, and going away soon. And I'm going to tell you, I was worried before. Now I just don't know if the Cowboys can win this game without Micah Parsons. And I'm not saying I don't think the Cowboys match up with the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm just saying my heart is heavy. Most of Cowboys Nation heart is heavy. And if our hearts are heavy, we don't eat, sleep, and breathe with him every day. What do you think the team is going to be when you just traded the best player on that team? How heavy heart will they be? Still, next Thursday, when they walk into Philadelphia. The decision today Jerry made, lose that game next Thursday. I just don't see how you put a defense together without that one dominant player where you know every offense will focus on him and you can try to work the rest of your defense to some kind of advantage. This is a dark and sad day for Cowboys Nation and the Dallas Cowboys. But as much as I love Micah Parsons, and I hope the best for him and his family, this is a real sad day. God. I love Micah. I wanted him here. Because this is where he's supposed to be. I was the guy he said that to when he got drafted here to the Cowboys. He wanted to be here more than anything. I tried to tell Jerry, don't mess around with this kid like this. You put him in a corner and he's an emotional person. And I believe here they made an emotional decision and just said, I'm done. Wow. I don't even know how to process it. I'm still I got everybody hit about this. Oh man. I gotta go and try to get my emotions intact and piece this together in my mind. And hope somehow, some way, that I'm gonna pinch myself and wake up and find out it's all just a dream. And Micah Parsons is still here.
Welcome in, everybody, to another special breaking news edition of Football 24/7 here. I'm joined by John McMullen live, reacting to the breaking news of the day. Micah Parsons gets traded to the Green Bay Packers from the Dallas Cowboys. I cannot believe they did it. John, I'm not going to cloud it at all. Everybody wanted to hear from you earlier. Your first thought on the Dallas Cowboys trading Micah Parsons for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, it seems like a lot on the surface, but if you dig deeper, it's this is a pretty good trade from the Packers standpoint. From base, but the contract is obviously the largest non-quarterback contract in NFL history, which is no surprise. We all knew whether Micah was going to get that in Dallas or somewhere else, he was going to get that. So that's part of doing business, with great players. In theory, you want to have great players, although it seems like a lot of NFL teams don't subscribe to that theory, or at least some. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot in the past. Jerry Jones, great businessman, Hall of Fame businessman. He is killing the Dallas Cowboys from a football perspective. He is killing that team from a football perspective. Um, Kenny Clark's a good player. He's over 30. I mean, he's been a good player. I don't know how much is left. So, and then 2 first-round picks. Green Bay is already a pretty good team, and they get much better with Micah Parsons. So you figure those first-round picks, best case scenario in the 20s, maybe late in the 20s, maybe they even win it all. And it gets really late. So we talk about that with the Eagles and teams trading with the Eagles. Well, these are going to be late in the round picks for teams that are good, and Green Bay is going to be good. Again, very tough division, so they might beat up on each other. But now you got to worry about it from an Eagles perspective. You don't got to worry about Dallas, but you're got to start worrying about Green Bay a little bit.
Well, I think that's a significant part, John. I mean, Dallas wasn't a worry before or after before this trade or after this trade, right? I mean, but we now do have another emerging contender in the NFC in the Green Bay Packers. What's your outlook on them after adding Micah Parsons today, John? You mentioned the contract, 4 years, $188 million, John, $47 million per year for Micah Parsons. Unbelievable. Big contract, 136, I believe, guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, and this puts, I think Green Bay on the same level as Detroit and the NFC North. They probably pass Minnesota. They certainly pass Chicago. I have some concerns with Jordan Love coming off last season. I was disappointed. But if it clicks for him, I mean, I don't question Jordan Love's talent. I question his decision-making, gets a little bit too frustrated, too willing to throw the ball in dangerous situations. So, I used to say that about Josh Allen, and he figured it out to a certain degree. So, I mean, from a talent standpoint, you're not gonna question Jordan Love. So if it starts clicking for him, look out. I mean, this team becomes a legitimate contender. They're one of the group of teams that can literally talk about the Super Bowl and it be realistic by making this move.
Yeah. John, what do you make of Jerry Jones actually doing it, man? I really didn't think he would do it, John. I thought he would make him wait. I thought he would franchise tag him if he needed to. And I thought he would make a circus of it, as he always does. But he really said, nobody will dictate to me how to do my contracts. I don't care how good you are. Your thoughts on Jerry Jones actually doing it?
Well, he's kind of a loose cannon. So from the standpoint, his history was he's always going to pay in the end. I do think there is some level of Micah was going to take this to the end, and he didn't want to play for that team anymore. And most of the other guys sort of understood the situation and knew they would get their money in the end. He would have got his money in the end as well. I just think he wanted nothing to do with the circus anymore and wanted to get out of there, and he made it happen. So that's the one thing about players. If they really want to make it difficult to stay in a certain situation, they can force their way out. And they were going through all this rigmarole with back tightness. I guarantee his back's going to check out when he gets to Green Bay, and he's going to be fine. So obviously there's a little bit of nonsense on both sides, but I mean, if you're gonna judge percentages of guilt or blame for this, I mean, 95% of it goes to Jerry Jones, at least. maybe higher.
Yeah, John.
It's an abject disaster. He's killing the Dallas Cowboys. Killing them.
It almost feels intentional, John. It's so bad. Maybe many speculated maybe he's looking for Arch Manning next year and he's stocking up on first-round picks. My problem was you didn't get that good of first-round picks. The Packers picked 23 last year, John. They might be picking even higher this year.
Yeah, I mean, they picked 23rd last year, and you would think their pick is going to be worse this year with Micah. So, and again, if Jordan Love cleans up his act, this might be a team in the 30s. That's how good this team could be. So from that standpoint, it's more of an impact on the Eagles that he's going to and you're going to a good organization. Green Bay for years has been one of the better organizations in the NFL. They generally do things the right way. I don't expect that to change in the upcoming years. So this is a problem for everybody in the NFC. It was better to have them in Dallas, where you knew Jerry would find a way to screw up everything else and do things the wrong way. So, I mean, if you're a fan of the Eagles, which most people are listening to this, or you're a fan of any other NFC contender, including Detroit, this ain't good for you.
No doubt. John, I think you just answered my next question, but are the Eagles winners today because Micah Parsons was shipped out of their division, or are they losers today because we have a new contender in the NFC?
Well, I look at it as a bit of a loser simply because I think their goals, I know their goals are bigger than the division. Now, they would never verbalize that, but their goals are, let's be honest, their goals are Super Bowl or bust at this stage every year. And those expectations are unfair. But I mean, those are their own internal expectations. I mean, they want to win. And this makes it harder to win in the NFC. Yeah, I get you would have to play him twice, and you don't necessarily have to play him. You won't have to play him as much over the long haul, but this creates a better team in the NFC for a team that has legitimate Super Bowl goals. So from those larger goals, I think it's a hit for the Eagles. Playing them 2 times a year might not be fun, but again, I think Dallas sort of hampered some of that impact by the way they run their organization.
Yeah, John, just a couple questions here on you from an Eagles perspective here. Dallas in week 1, that game just got a whole lot easier in my estimation. You agree?
I mean, I don't know if he would have played in that game if he stayed. So, I in the short term, I don't think it did much. I think
doesn't it kind of signal like a white flag, John? They're like waving the white flag August 28th. Like, what does this signal to the locker room? They just traded away Micah Parsons for future picks.
Yeah, certainly it has that impact. You mentioned the Cowboys fan you were talking about on YouTube. I mean, they're defeated already just from the way it was going, and now they don't have the player. And again, Kenny Clark is a good player, but he's over 30. Certainly not going to have the kind of impact. And first-round picks are always going to excite people a little bit. But yeah, I think if you're realistic, I mean, Dallas is not that they were before, but they would have been a contender for one of the final wild card spots. I think if Dak has a good year and Micah was back, I think they had a legitimate upside. I don't even see that upside now. Now you got to start worrying about the Giants behind you.
John, last question, man. Does this change what the Eagles are going to do? We've been talking about edge rusher for a long time. I've been pounding the table for Trayvon Walker. I'm wondering if the cost for Trayvon Walker went down a little bit after seeing the Micah Parsons package. Do you think this changes what the Eagles would do or will do? Because, John, one thing you can't do in the NFL is rest on your laurels and think that nobody's going to catch up to you when you feel like when you feel like the best. You got to continue to get better. Your thoughts on if this will change how the Eagles handle the next couple of weeks or next couple of months?
Well, I think they're going to wait and see what they have. How we mentioned, we're gonna gauge what we have in September, and then I think he's going to make the decision to make a move, whether it's for somebody on the trade market before the trade deadline. I think it's been pushed back. And Howie's the one who, not that he was the first to say it, but he famously said it at one point. Hope is not a strategy. Well, he's kind of hoping on the edge, which is not a strategy. But sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and maybe one of these guys catches fire, whether it's Azeez Ojulari, we talked about this morning with Caden Steele when he was on. Maybe he's a game day player. Maybe he's just not a practice player. Maybe Jalix Hunt is really just a prodigy, and he's just going to go out there and perform. Maybe Nolan Smith can handle the workload and not be banged up playing 20 games like the Eagles want to play. Could that happen? Sure.
Get me Trayvon Walker.
I don't like the odds, but it could happen.
Sounds like we need Trayvon, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player, and I was out to dinner, but I saw Honest NFL. He tweeted, this guy's different, man. This guy's different, and and I think people will start to see that more. I think most people around the league knew it, but I think more people will get to see it in Green Bay because they'll be better. He'll have a better support system around him, not only from an organizational standpoint, but how they build the team and things like that. It's just a smart football organization. It has been for years. So I think people are going to start, not that they should have, and maybe because he's out of Dallas, not that they shouldn't have, but maybe because he's out of Dallas, there's not that visceral hate in Philadelphia, and they start to figure out, oh, that guy's pretty good, because that guy's pretty good. So there's no, Trayvon Walker ain't in Micah Parsons' orbit.
I know he's not, but it makes you better than you are today. So I think you got to try and keep up. But I hear you. John, 8 to 10 a.m. we'll be live on Birds 365, man. Looking forward to hearing you further dive into this. Your final thought on the breaking news of Micah Parsons being traded from Dallas to the Green Bay Packers. We'll catch you in the morning, John. Your final thought.
Good to get him out of the NFC East, but it would have been better to get him out of the conference.
Great final thought, John. Thank you, brother.
All right. Thanks, Andy.
All right. Thanks, Johnny Mac. Johnny Mac joining me here on a special Football 24/7 edition. Great stuff there, everybody. I want to thank John for doing that, stepping out of his dinner to come and to discuss the breaking news with you all. It is a big one today. You've already heard from me extensively on the National Football Show and on my own Football 24/7 at 6 p.m. tonight. So I'm going to get out of here. Hit that like button, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Drop your comments down below if you're listening after the fact. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Jacob Sports. All right. We're the #1 Philadelphia Eagles channel. We cover it morning, noon, and night. Whenever there's news, we go live. We are a great community of fans here that talk about the game, the team all year long, all day long, really. And we got a lot of fun things coming to boot here at Jacob Sports. So thank you guys for watching. See you next time, everybody.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Welcome in, everybody, to a breaking news edition here of a live stream show. Sorry, I was supposed to have an intro play. It didn't play, but Micah Parsons traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. Now, before we dive in and break it all down, I think we first have to chuckle a little bit. We got to chuckle a little bit at the Dallas Cowboys, all right? We are a Philadelphia Eagles channel. I am a Philadelphia Eagles fan. But rest in peace to the rivalry that ever was the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys, at least for now, because they are not a serious organization. They're not a serious football team. In fact, they are absolutely tragic. They just traded away one of the best defensive players in the NFL, a defensive end nonetheless, the highest paid defensive player, one of the best players in football. And how old is he? 26? For 2 late first-round picks and a 30-year-old defensive tackle? What are they doing? What are they doing? So we're going to talk a little bit about that. We'll break that down. I'll take some comments from the great people of Jacob Nation. This is one that I think warranted an emergency podcast at 6 p.m. Johnny Mack is not available tonight, but we will talk to him about it in the morning. We're going to run down what just happened, how it happened, the compensation for the trade. We're going to take a look at Micah Parsons. We're going to look at it Dallas after what they did, all right, what they look like now, what it looks like for Green Bay now. I think the truth of the matter is that Green Bay is a better contender both now and in the future in the NFC. We'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll take an Eagles angle to it as well, because I think there's a lot of good stuff there from an Eagles perspective. And we'll do all of that, and then I'll kind of dive into it with the chat, and we'll kick around some topics that way. So let's kind of start with, all right, what just happened? What just happened today? The move is the Dallas Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons to the Packers for defensive tackle Kenny Clark and 2 first-round draft picks. Green Bay immediately then signed Micah Parsons to a 4-year, $188 million contract. I'll say that again. 4 years, $188 million contract. That's $47 million a year. I believe the guarantees are $130 million. So really around $34 million in guarantees per year. All right, pretty unbelievable. I never thought that Jerry Jones would pull this move. I never thought he would do it. I never thought he would pull the trigger on it. And the fact that he did it really shows you how willing he is and how big his ego is. Nobody will try and dog walk Jerry. Nobody. He doesn't get. He showed you, I don't give a shit about my football team. You don't dog walk me. I will take the humiliation kink, all right, of trading away a player of this caliber before you dictate the way my contracts get negotiated. That's what Jerry Jones just did. He doesn't give a rat's ass about anything other than cementing himself as the man in the room. That's almost an impressive commitment to the shtick. An impressive commitment to being the top dog. And it's almost a humiliation kink. I mean, your team got way worse. Now, Roland says, Roland, thank you for the super chat, $5 super chat. Long live Jerry Jones. I actually don't know if I agree with you, Roland, and I'll tell you why. All right, I'll tell you why in a little bit. All right, let's take a look at who Micah Parsons is, guys. He was the 12th pick in 2021, Defensive Rookie of the Year in 21. He's been a multiple-time first-team All-Pro, multiple Pro Bowls. He has 52.5 sacks in 4 seasons. In 2023, he led the NFL in quarterback pressures, and in 2024, he ranked top 5 in the ESPN's pass rush win rate. So this is one of the dominant edge rushers in all of football. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So this guy is a versatile player. I think he immediately makes Green Bay a better football team. And the reason, I'm going to bring Roland back up. All super chats will go to the top. Thank you, guys. The reason I say Roland, I don't know if I agree, is because the Cowboys were never going to compete with the Philadelphia Eagles this year. And again, we'll dive into all the ramifications of this move, what it looks like for Dallas, Green Bay, and all the things after this, and also what it cost each team. All right. But they were never going to compete with us this year. In fact, we were probably all projecting a blowout in week 1, 7 days from tonight. Almost 7 exact days from now. 7 days, 2 hours. That game will be kicked off. Okay. No, but they were not a competitor. In fact, I don't think they're a competitor in the next 3 to 5 years. So whether they paid Micah or not doesn't matter. They were never close to the Eagles. They were never in our ballpark. They were never going to compete. Now, the Green Bay Packers, on the other hand, and I'm not really the biggest Jordan Love fan. I really don't like the player that much. All right. They are much closer to competing in the NFC than the Dallas Cowboys were. All right. So technically today, if you look at it strictly from an Eagles lens, an NFC contender got better today, and an NFC non-contender got worse. Who gives a shit? So from that perspective, I actually almost wish Jerry held out, made him wait, signed him to a franchise tag 2 years in a row, and then paid him top dollar because in all of that time, in all of that 6-7 year window, they would have never had an opportunity to compete with the Eagles, and it never would have mattered. Now you send him to a team where, look, let's be real, while we might not think Green Bay is the best team in the NFC, they are certainly 100% more positioned to compete with the NFC now than they were 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, whenever this trade came down. Okay? So from that perspective, I almost wish Jerry was going to Jerry, and he kept him and waited and made him wait and franchise tagged him and then paid him to the $55 million in a couple of years, whatever it would have been. All right. Now, in the short term, Dallas got worse. Now, this is notable because we're going to play the Dallas Cowboys 7 days from now in the home opener. We are going to demolish that team, admonish them, destroy them, a destruction of them. We might literally beat them by four touchdowns. It's going to be ugly for them. It's going to be really ugly for them. Think about what they just did to their locker room. It's August 28th, and they waved the white flag. Oh, yeah, give me 2 future first-round picks and a 30-year-old defensive tackle for one of the best young players in football. The Cowboys basically waved the white flag right now. They basically waved the white flag on August 28th, and it's a joke. And what does that signal to your locker room? What's that signal to your starting quarterback? What does that signal to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and the youngsters on the team? Just a bad way to do business. It really is. And the Eagles are, in turn, going to completely dismantle the Dallas Cowboys a week from today. But now you're looking at a defensive line there led by Matt Eberflus as the defensive coordinator. Yeah, who's going to sell me on that? With Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealand. I mean, what do they got over there? What do they have over there? They have nobody. They have nobody, and they got worse. The Dallas Cowboys are brutal. It's not even going to be a good game. It's not even going to be a good game. All right. So, and then in turn, Dallas gets 2 firsts, Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark, 30 years old, disruptive player, pretty good player, but nowhere in the ballpark of Micah, and pretty bad trade in my estimation from the Dallas Cowboys to get only 2 first-round picks back. Now, the reality of the situation is, as I mentioned, Green Bay is much closer. Now, I don't think Green Bay has elevated themselves mainly because of Jordan Love. I can't buy into Jordan. I don't know what you guys think of Jordan Love. You can let me know in the comments, but there's just something about Jordan Love where I'm like, you don't strike fear in my heart at all. Like if you tell me right now, in come the Green Bay Packers to the Lincoln Financial Field in the wild card game or the divisional round or the conference championship, I'm going to be like, Jordan Love, that doesn't scare me. Jordan Love doesn't scare me, but they are closer. Now, I still think the Eagles are the class of the NFC. I think the Rams are probably still maybe a notch better than them. The Lions are right there with them as well. I think they're a little better now than the Commanders, the Packers. I think they're a little better than the Commanders. So an NFC contender has been added to the mix, I think, in legitimate contenders who could win the NFC this year. And I don't view that as a great thing from an Eagles perspective. But look, they gave up Kenny Clark. Their run defense is going to be more shoddy, and they're paying a hefty price, man. That's a hefty price on Micah Parsons. Brian Pumper checks in. He says, Packers gave up their best run defender. I'm chilling. Let the NFC North destroy each other. I don't care about that extra shit. My rival got even worse. Well, Pump, there's actually some truth to this where that NFC North is a gauntlet. They are going to be fighting each other tooth and nail. All right, that's a tough division, and I like the way you put it. They could destroy each other a little bit, almost like the way they did last year. Remember, Pump, 3 teams in that division last year were really good. And then they got to the postseason, and it was like, oh, they all forgot they were good, you know? So they kind of destroyed themselves in the year. You saw that happen with the Detroit Lions. It's not a bad take by you, but if they do stay healthy, Pump, there's no doubt that an NFC contender got better. Devontae checks in. What's up, Devontae? Got to give it up for the old geezer yet again. He never proves us wrong. Gave up Parsons for dirty socks and a sweaty drawstring. Devontae, it's unbelievable, man. It really is. Again, Devontae, you almost have to respect the commitment to big dicking everybody, if that makes sense. I mean, he's like, nobody is dictating to me how to do my contracts, all right? I will give up Micah Parsons for a bag of peanuts before I let somebody gift my contract, before I let somebody dictate how I handle my contracts. All right? Amazing. Amazing opportunity here. Really is just hilarious to think about. So here's what you get with your Green Bay. All right, you got Rashawn Gary, you got Lucas Van Ness already. You're adding in Micah Parsons. Their pressure rate now. Here, this is why it's good for Green Bay. Their pressure rate, right, was 32.3 last year, 20th in the NFL. So they were not a good pressure team. And Micah Parsons has been one of the best pressure players in the NFL for the better part of the last 3 years. All right. When he was a rookie, he played over 50% of his snaps at linebacker. They quickly identified that he could play on the edge. And what they do? They moved him to the edge, and then he becomes one of the best pressure players in football. I'll read you guys the stats real quick on Micah Parsons. And look, I know not everybody loves him because he used to wear cowboy green or cowboy blue. He doesn't wear it anymore. But 52.5 sacks through 4 years. Number 1 among edges in 23 in pass rush win rate. Number 3 in 2024 in pass rush win rate. And 126 pressures with a 31% and a league best 19.1% pressure rate in 24. League best last year, and he led the NFL in double team rate for an edge rusher, 31.5%. All right, this guy's been graded as a 90-plus pass rusher on PFF each year of his career. I mean, this dude can rush the passer. All right. So when you're a Green Bay defense and you might think it's stopping the run, but they can't get pressure on quarterbacks, they're going to get more pressure with this. They are a better team today with Micah Parsons and less Kenny Clark than they were with Kenny Clark and less Micah Parsons. Obviously. I think that's obvious at this point. All right. I think that's obvious at this point. But really crazy. Honestly, I really can't even fathom that the Dallas Cowboys did this. I never thought they would do it. I thought it was all talk always. And they did it. This is what they did. And I really, I can't believe it. I can't believe it at all. All right. I can't believe it at all. So now they've now gotten rid of DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. What are they going to do? What is Matt Eberflus going to do with that defense? They're going to be one of the worst defenses in football. They're going to be one of the worst defenses in football. Okay? They're going to be one of the worst defenses in football. Now, how do you think the Packers will use Micah? Probably wide 9 on passing downs. A lot of inside stunts with him because he's obviously a very talented football player. You know, they do have Rashawn Gary and Lucas Van Ness. It's not a bad defense over there. They don't have great run stoppers, but shoot, man. Rome says, what up, Zay? Woke up from a nap to the news. Yeah, man. The Dallas Cowboys are more of a joke than you even thought, Rome. More of a joke than you even thought. All right. Here's the takeaway for the Philadelphia Eagles. Week 1 just got a whole lot easier. All right. We have basically, now I'm not going to do what the Cowboys do and wave the white flag before the game starts, or in this case, you know, tote the victory horn before we play the game. I'm not going to do that, but they got a whole lot worse, and our week 1 got a whole lot easier. That's just the reality of the situation. All right, our week 1 got a whole lot easier for Philly. There's no doubt. I mean, who they rushing the passer with? Lane Johnson has a day off. Lane Johnson, Mike, and Jordan Mailata have the day off. Nobody's rushing the passer on that team. Stop. Who's rushing the passer on that Dallas D-line? Is there any Dallas fan in here anywhere near us right now that can alert us to somebody that can get pressure on the quarterback on the Dallas defensive line? It certainly ain't Mozzie Smith. Dirty Air says, I can't remember the last time we started the season with a blowout. Would be great. Didn't we beat up on the Falcons in the season opener where Jalen Hurts was a first-year star? Maybe we didn't blow him out, but Slager says it's the NFL. You can lose any game. No, I agree. That's why I said I'm not gonna toot the horn yet. Okay. I just can't get over this Dallas defense. If you look at this Dallas defense, you know, they are so bad. Green Bay, though, I do think Green Bay is interesting, right? They were 20th in pressure rate last year, and I think there's maybe 1 player, 2 players, 3 players in the league that could make you jump 10 spots in that. and that's Micah Parsons. He's the best pressure player in football. The best pressure player in football. Double teams, non-double, doesn't matter. He gets pressure on quarterbacks. Now, the other thing I want to say today, all right, and I shared up an article, and I want you guys to give me some feedback, by the way. This is a new site I'm working on for Jacob. I kind of just put it together. So, but I do want you to look at it. I'm going to share this link in the chat, all right? And I want you to look closely. I write in this article, your boy Big Z right now. How about that? All right, I wrote this pretty quickly last night. But the Eagles should trade a first for Trayvon Walker. All right, and it's even more true now than it was before this trade with the Green Bay Packers. I know we think we're the best team in football, and I agree with you guys. But the one thing you cannot do in the NFL is rest on your laurels. Is act like you can just make run-of-the-mill moves and nobody's going to catch up to you. The parity in this league is through the roof. If you're Howie and you have this window that you have right now, Saquon's 28 years old. The offensive line is all in range. A.J. Brown in his prime. Devontae Smith entering his prime. Jalen Hurts entering his prime. I mean, you have to capitalize on this window. Rookie contracts for Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Andrew Makuba. You got to capitalize on this window. You really have to capitalize on this window. And if Trayvon Walker is at all available, I would make that splash move. It would completely change the trajectory of your defense for the year. It would completely set you up to have pressure. You know, I had one person mention back to me and they said, hey, man, we got to trade Nolan Smith if we go for him. And I'm like, why? We got Nolan Smith for 3 more years, guys. Think about it. We got this year, next year, and then the 5th-year option before you really have to pay the player. So 3 more contract years. By that time, you know, Howie will already have an out in the contract. You know? So I think you're in a perfect spot to go and get this player. I know we got to pay Jalen Carter next year, but look, there's going to be change on this roster throughout. I think with based on the way they won the Super Bowl last year, keeping a fresh, good defense is one of the best things you can do, and certainly doing that with a 24-year-old edge rusher that has 2 back-to-back double-digit sack years. I really think the Eagles should capitalize on this opportunity. By the way, can we talk about something? In the article I shared in the chat, all right, I'm going to share it one more time. In the article I shared in the chat, did that work? Yeah, that worked. In the article I shared in the chat, I wrote the compensation, and I put a first and a third. Now, I wrote this before Micah Parsons was traded. Do you think I'm a little rich after seeing what Dallas got from Micah? Now, Dallas is stupid, and other teams might not be willing to take a deal like Dallas was because everybody's talking about Dallas got fleeced in this deal. But I wrote a 1 and a 3 for Trayvon Walker. Am I a little rich? Am I a little rich after seeing Dallas Cowboys get back 2 1s for one of the best defensive players in all of football? Trayvon Walker's a good player. He's not one of the best players in football. He's not.
Flashing that says push.
Am I a little rich? A 1 and a 3. A 1 and a 3 for Trayvon Walker.
Nope.
Now, I would do that deal right now. I'd do that deal today. I would do that deal today, and I'd give him a $28 million contract.
What?
Make him the 5th or 6th highest paid edge rusher in football. I would do that deal. I wouldn't hesitate to do that deal right now. See, Big Rhythm, this has been my number one point with this. I don't want to become the fans that in 28, 29, and 30, we're like, man, how do we let that window go? Like, guys, this is our opportunity. Windows like this don't come around all the time. We can't act like the next 10 years, 20 years, 15 years of the Eagles, every window is going to look as good as this. It's not. Jalen Hurts is only getting older. A.J. Brown's only getting older. Saquon Barkley's only getting older. Now, granted, we're going to bring in new players. We're going to bring in other great players. We're going to continue to have a great football team that we're going to root for years to come, no doubt. But certain opportunities you have to take advantage of more than others. And the Eagles are in the middle of one of those opportunities right now. Right now. Take the 1. Give me Trayvon. Come on, man. Do it. Go and read my article, guys. I think you'll like it. I think I laid it out. I gave you Jacksonville's perspective. I gave you why the Eagles should do it, why I want them to make the move, what the defense looks like after the changes last year. I think I wrote it out pretty good, honestly, for one of my first articles ever. All right? One of my first articles ever. By the way, the content machine, get ready, folks. The content machine, I'm working my butt off right now on this. Jacob is